For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Goldenport has tight corners and quick curves, so a car that can navigate those with precision will have the advantage. Top speed is less important here because the track demands quick, controlled adjustments rather than straight-line power. So, a car with good steering response and stability will likely dominate the race. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both cars are from the same year but very different in style. The Crossell 15F was known for its lightweight design and nimbleness, so WALK-CB might have an edge in handling. On the other hand, the Surtees TS5 has a reputation for being stable and powerful, which could give Lynn Lilac an advantage on the straights. It really comes down to who's better at exploiting their car's strengths and avoiding the pitfalls. But if I had to guess, I'd say the race could hinge on the driver's skill more than the car itself. Still, if the car plays a decisive role, I think WALK-CB with that lightweight, agile machine might just take the win. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Goldenport, and look at that. Starbucks is starting on pole in a classic 1968 Crossell 15. This should be interesting to watch how those vintage wheels handle today's race. Starbucks has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Max Spearley is right behind in second, trying to keep the pressure on. Bigoldnet is in third, hanging tight and looking for an opening. Navling is now in third place, climbing 2 spots. Bigoldnet and Navling are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Ishte Husky and Margitsu are locked in a close duel for 6th. Bigoldnet and Navling are nose to tail for third place. Niributsu has gained 1 spot and is now 5th. Ishte Husky has also moved up 1 spot into 6th. Frank Werdy is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lynn Lilac is also on the rise, taking 11th after passing 4 cars. Laricel is gaining ground, moving into 13th after overtaking 3 cars. Lynn Lilac and Frank Werdy are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Someone's really eager to catch WALK-CB, shrinking the gap by over a second. Beats with Kef is climbing up to 5th place. Lynn Lilac and Frank Werdy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Hey Bubunito, welcome back. Glad to see you return to the chaos. Hope you're ready to watch some AI cars battle it out on the track. Kaboomper and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Lin Lilac just snuck into 10th. Someone in WOW are swapping paint for 15th. Beatswitkev is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 1:8:4.96, which is the quickest among all cars so far. The race for them looks promising but still has some cars ahead. Beatswitkev is driving an Eagle Mark V and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 1:8:4.96, which is pretty quick. Looks like they're holding their own but might need a little more to catch the top 3. WOW is driving a Crossel 15F and is currently in the middle of the pack. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Crossel 15F. Her fastest lap is 1:10.522, which is slightly slower than some others but still holding her position. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Max Birley is closing in on Starbucks, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Miragutsu and Navling are locked in a tight battle for 3rd place. Ishte Husky is driving a Lotus 70 and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leader, so they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top spots. Starbucks is leading the race in a 1968 Crossel 15F and looks unstoppable so far. Starbucks is leading in a Crossel 15F with a blistering fastest lap of 1:8.548. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. Lin Lilac is driving a Surtees TS5 and is currently in the 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over a 10th slower than the leader. Looks like they're making steady progress. WOW is holding on to the lead in the battle, but Lin Lilac is right behind and closing in fast. It's a tight finish coming up. Ishte Husky is driving a Lotus 70 and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 1:8.854, which suggests they're holding a decent pace but still behind the leaders. Wow, Starbucks took the victory at Goldenport. Clearly, they're the one to beat. Well done. Wow! Starbucks really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations, you totally dominated out there. That was some impressive driving. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. Did you know that Indy cars can reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour? That's faster than most people can run. And they do it on a track that looks like it's straight out of a sci-fi movie. It's like watching a rocket-powered rocket show up on wheels. Well, with both drivers being total mystery guests, it's like playing a game with a blindfold on. But hey, in racing, sometimes it's the luck of the draw or who manages to stay on the track without turning it into a demolition derby. If I had to pick, I'd say the one who looks the most confident while sitting in the car might have the edge. Otherwise, it's anybody's game at Dover, where the walls are close and the racing gets intense. Let's see who's got the nerves to handle it. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Dover and leading the pack is Prodigy Place 58 in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like they've got the early lead. Let's see if they can hold on. Cloud Surfer 69 has taken an early lead with Boo Bonito right behind in second place. Cloudy is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Prodigy Place 58 is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 5 cars. James Misk is closing in fast, now in second after passing 6 cars. Colnetwi is making moves, now in third after overtaking 4 cars. The race is heating up. Calico Bunny is on the move, climbing 8 places to 20. Zolicha Dominity 1 is also making progress, jumping 5 spots to 21. Buckyboard is catching up, overtaking 5 cars to land 22. Latvia Mera and Skozaro Buzz are nose to tail for 4th place. Jason Dashauer and Platny Mera are also battling hard for 5th. With 3 out, 25 is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 7th. Zinyahima just overtook someone to take the 11th place. She's closing in on Asaroni. JD Anburn is also making moves, climbing to the 13th spot. The battle for P11 is heating up. Zinyahima just overtook someone to move up to 11th place. Asaroni and Zinyahima are nose to nose for 11. Yedi Anburn and Amy are locked in a close fight for 13. Asaroni just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th place. Jade Anburn also moved up 1 spot and is in 13th place. Amy and Jade Anburn are nose to nose for the 13th position. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 16th place. Captain Trippy and Maya are nose to tail for 16. GC Productions and Captain Trippy are also locked in a close fight for 17. Trash Crashton advances to 14th place. Jade Anburn and Trash Crashton are nose to nose for 13th. JC Productions climbs to 17. JC Productions and Maya are battling for 16. Wow, what a fantastic performance by Prodigy Place 58. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed everyone how it's done out there. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the Monaco track is so tight and twisty that drivers often have to do some serious dance moves just to fit through the corners? It's like a high-speed ballet with cars instead of dancers. And because of all the walls, there's barely any room for error. One wrong move, and it's a trip to the barriers. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, better do it quick before the AI takes all the glory. Don't leave me hanging here with no one to cheer for. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Imus Gordon behind the wheel of a sleek BMW Z4 from 2011. That car is known for its agile handling and sporty feel, especially on a tight track like Monaco. On the other hand, Patzos is racing a 2010 Subaru Legacy. While the Legacy is a solid car, it's not exactly renowned for its cornering prowess or quick acceleration on such a demanding circuit. Given the cars, I'd say Imus Gordon's BMW has the edge. It's lighter, more nimble and designed for spirited driving, which is key around Monaco's winding streets. The Subaru might have decent power, but I doubt it can outmaneuver the BMW on those narrow, twisty corners. So, my money's on Imus Gordon to take this one. Although with Monaco you never know. Sometimes you get surprises from the underdog. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Monaco and Amy's on pole position, cruising in a 2008 Lamborghini Murcielago. Buckle up, this is gonna be fun to watch! Amy is leading the race right now. Lotusos is in second place, and Tangaduki TTV is holding on to third. Let's see if anyone can shake up that top trio early on. Tangaduki TTV is climbing to second place. Oteliatorius and the Criticaleg are locked in a close fight for fourth. Just Panchakis is sneaking into seventh. Imus Gordon is climbing up one spot to take seventh place. Just Panchakis and Imus Gordon are nose to tail for seventh. Tales of Strilly and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Just Panchakis is climbing up to 7th place. Imus Gordon and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for that spot. Whip 3 out 25 and Blackbeard are locked in a close fight for 11th. Wild Cavanone is climbing up to 5th place. Oteliatorius and Wild Cavanone are nose to nose for 5th. Imus Gordon is also making moves, now in 7th. Telos Australia is driving a 2010 Subaru Legacy. They are currently in the middle of the pack, in the 13th place. Looks like a steady race, no major moves so far. Blackbeard is driving a 2009 Mooncraft Shiden. They are currently in 10th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. Amy is leading in a Lamborghini Murcielago that started at the front and is holding strong. Looks like a smooth cruise so far, no signs of trouble. Yabai Rwanda is driving a 2010 Subaru Legacy. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be holding steady without any major drama so far. Tespanchakas is now 7th. Maya has moved up to 8th. Imus Gordon and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Imus Gordon is on a roll, climbing through the field to take the lead. Amy and Imus Gordon are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Whip 3 out 25 is closing the gap on me, shrinking it by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Tango Ducky TTV is closing in on the top 3. Lotusos is trying to defend that 3rd spot. Amy is leading the pack comfortably. Monaco's tight corners are causing some overtaking chaos, especially for the slower cars like my Ferrari. Expect more position shuffles as drivers struggle for grip and precision. Maya is inching closer to Oteliatorius, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Some board boy is sneaking up on Yabora Wanda, also closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Imus Gordon is gaining on Blackbeard, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Big 3 out 25 is catching Oteliatorius, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Some board boy is sneaking up on Yabora Wanda, shrinking the distance by 1.9 seconds. Maya is in 8th place, so not quite in the mix yet. Hot Sorts is in 10th and has some ground to make up. Imus Gordon is way behind in 8th, so unless they find a miracle, this battle looks like a stretch. Tangodaki TTV just snatched the lead from the current top spot. Amy and Tangodaki TTV are nose to nose at the front. I'm creeping up on Just Pankakis, closing that gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Lotusas just won the race? Guess they're really good at crossing the finish line first. Congratulations on the impressive victory. Hey Amin-san! Glad you could swing back by the stream. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI cars race around like they're in a high-speed ballet. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Wow, what a fantastic race! Congratulations to Lotusos for taking the victory. You definitely earned it with that win. And hey Maya, you really went all out with the overtakes today. Claim that 20,003. Ferrari 360, GT 300. I hope you're ready to make some head-turning moves in that beauty. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Hungaroring retro track. Did you know that this vintage version of the track is like stepping back in time? It's got all these old school twists and turns that used to make racing there a real challenge. It's almost like the track is reminding the drivers, hey, I was tough long before you thought of racing around me. It's a nostalgic trip that keeps everyone on their toes and adds a little extra spice to the race. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is a total toss-up. I mean, it's like choosing between two unknowns in a game of hide and seek, except the stakes are a lot faster cars, and a lot less hiding. Honestly, I'm just here for the chaos and the surprise ending. Who knows? Maybe the one who looks less confident in their driving skills will surprise us all. Or maybe they'll both just crash into the scenery. We'll see who's got the nerves and who's just along for the ride. Alright everyone, Amy's kicking things off from pole position in that sleek 1994 Ferrari F355 Challenge. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the pack will chase her down at the Hungaroring retro track. Buckle up! The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Radioactive Vixen in second, and Zombush 86 in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Gikaslady X3 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11. Gibuya Miracles is sneaking into the top 3, moving up 1. Gabitha Minimac is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Radioactiva Vixen is now in first place. Dioguna Miracles and Amy are still neck and neck for second. Gabitha Minimac has gained 1 spot and is now in fourth. Dioguna Miracles just overtook someone and is now in second place. Amy and Dioguna Miracles are nose to nose for second. Just Panchakes is inching forward to take fifth. Just Panchakes and Gabitha Minimac are fighting hard for fourth. Mimridara is currently in the last place, but with a car that's identical to everyone else's. Looks like their race is more about survival than speed. Stephen Brinkley is just behind Cheese and Deschauer, so it's a tight battle. Stephen might have a slight edge if he keeps it clean. Just Panchakes is in 5th place, driving a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Drelitsko is climbing up to 6th place. Shattered Pixel and Zombush 86 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Shattered Pixel just overtook Zombush 86 and now they are nose to tail for 7th place. This is getting spicy with both pushing hard. Gayo and Radioactiva Vixen are nose to tail at the front. Kickus Lady X3 just overtook someone to grab 10th place. Cheese and Dash Hour is also climbing. Now 11. Amy is gaining on Geoguide Miracles, closing the gap by over a second. Alan 656 and Marty Freeze are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Stephen Brinkley is just behind Cheese and Dash Hour, so it's a tight battle. Stephen might have a slight edge if he stays consistent. The Ferrari 355 Challenge is holding the field together, and the Hungaroring's tight corners are probably making overtakes tricky, keeping the top positions close. Marty Freeze is in the 16th and last place, so their race is not looking great. Their car is a Ferrari 355 Challenge from 1994, just like everyone else's. Looks like they might be struggling to keep up today. Just Panchakis is now in 4th place, inching closer to the top 3. Gabby the Minimac is right behind, making this a tight fight for that 4th spot. Dreletsgoy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Shattered Pixel and Gabby the Minimac are nose to nose for 6th. Aminsan and Chizandashar are locked in a close fight for 11th. Aminsan just blitzed through 3 cars to grab 9th place. Shattered Pixel nudges up to 6th. Stephen Brinkley also climbs 1 spot to 8th. The race is heating up. The tight corners and sharp turns at Hungaroring are favoring those with precise control and quick reflexes, making overtakes tricky, but rewarding for the more aggressive drivers. Just Panchakis is in 5th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Their race looks steady, but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Amy is leading the race in her Ferrari F355 Challenge. She's been the fastest so far and seems to have a comfortable gap ahead. Looks like she's holding her position well. Maya is currently in the 15th place driving a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Her fastest lap is 2:13.346, which suggests she's struggling a bit compared to others. Looks like she's trying to find her rhythm. Maya is currently in the 15th place, driving a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Her fastest lap is 2:13.346, so she's a bit off the pace but still in the race. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Stephen Brinkley just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Zombush 86 also moved up 1 position and is now in 9th. Amin San and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for 9th place. Things are heating up there. Gabitha Minimac is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 9 seconds and 4 hundredths. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite quick enough to break into the top 5. Kizan Dashauer just moved up 1 spot to 10ing. Kickus Lady X3 is closing in on Marty Freeze, shrinking the gap by 130 seconds. Alan 656 is currently in 14th place, just behind me. His fastest lap is 2:8.748, so he's holding a decent pace but still has room to improve. Aminson's car is a Ferrari 355 Challenge, starting in 11th place. They're currently in 12th, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow, Radizerokta the Vixen, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. I guess all that practice paid off. Wow, congratulations to Radizerokta the Vixen for taking home the win. That was an incredible race. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Amundsen for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1994 Ferrari F355 Challenge. Nice work! Sure! The 2011 Ferrari 458 GT 3 is like a race car superstar from Italy that's built for one thing: speed and handling on the track. Fun fact, it features a naturally aspirated 4.5-liter V engine that can produce over 570 horsepower. That's enough juice to make it a real beast on the circuit. Plus, it's designed with race perfection in mind, so it's got all the aerodynamics and downforce to stick to the track like glue. Basically, it's a Ferrari that's been whipped into a track-ready superhero. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks now before the digital race chaos begins. Don't say I didn't warn you if you miss out on your favorite AI car. Alright, so we've got Mighty Chunk behind the wheel of a 2016 Porsche 911 GT3R. That car is known for its precision handling and balance, especially on a technical track like Circuit of the Americas. On the other hand, Kreisgoffer's racing a 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GR3. It's got raw power and that aggressive American muscle, but might struggle a bit with cornering finesse compared to the Porsche. Given the track and the cars, I'd put my money on Mighty Chunk. The Porsche's agility should give it an edge on those tight turns and chicanes. The Viper's power is impressive, but it could be a challenge to keep that beast under control, especially in a race with a lot of technical sections. So, I'm leaning towards Mighty Chunk taking the win here, but hey, it's racing and anything can happen. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit of the Americas, and leading the pack is the official Class Alive car, a 2016 Ginetta G55 GT3. Looks like it's ready to set the pace right from the start. Shota Todoroki 39 has taken an early lead, followed closely by official Class Alive. I am holding the third spot, but expect some fireworks soon. Blingchi Cot 21 is on the move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hikori Hamzam is making a strong push, moving up 4 spots to 18. And look at Maya climbing 1 more spot to take 2nd place. Things are heating up. Waldo is climbing fast into 3rd place. Popcorn Slayer is making a move into the top 15. Chosing's Coast is inching closer to the top 20. Tyler Drums 31 just overtook someone to take 6th place. Itzara and Swell Placed V are nose-to-nose for 8th. Amy and Itzara are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Itzara and Amy are still nose-to-nose for that position. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Itzara is climbing up to 8th place now. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on Amy quickly, cutting the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is holding off Mighty Chunk by a car length. Popcorn Slayer and Amy are nose to tail for 10th place. Cherufa Kitten is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They started in 12th place and are currently in 12th, so they're holding steady without much drama. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 4th place. Tyler Drums 31 and official Class Alive are locked in a close fight for 5th. Pondon is gaining on Cobb and has cut the gap by over a second. Pondon and Cobb are battling for the 19th spot. Waldo just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Maya and Waldo are nose to tail for that 2nd spot. Wayne Gretzky and Your Instinct are locked in a close fight for 21st. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to 5th place. Itzaro and Swell Place TV are nose to nose for 8th place. Your Instinct is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang, currently in the 21st place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Chris Gopher just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Official Classy Live and Gopher are still neck and neck for 6th. Amy and its Sarah are battling hard for 9th place. Drums 31 is gaining on Mighty Chunk, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yosemite Coast is climbing up to 22nd place. Mighty Chunk is driving a 2016 Porsche 911 GT. 3R, their fastest lap time, is showing as 99.9999, which suggests they haven't set a valid lap yet, or there's a glitch. Looks like they're struggling to find their pace so far. Drums 31 is climbing to 4th place. Gopher is closing in on Mighty Chunk, cutting the gap by over a second. Its Sarah is making a move up to 8th place. Drums 31 is really closing the gap on Maya, now just a second behind. Swell-placed AV has climbed 1 spot into 8th place. Swell-placed EV is climbing up to 7th place. Popcorn Slayer is advancing 2 spots, now in 9th. It's Sarah and Popcorn Slayer are nose to nose for 9th. It's Sarah and Popcorn Slayer are nose to tail for 9th place. Amy and its Sarah are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Waldo is driving an Aston Martin Vantage AMR, currently in 2nd place. Their fastest lap is 2:16.27, just a bit slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge for the top spot yet. Drums 31 is closing in on Maya fast, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 16th place, and it looks like Gyroscope and Silver B Gaming are about to have a showdown for that spot. Wow, Shoto Todoroki 39 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Shoto Kid 9 really showed off their skills today. Congrats on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. Did you know though that the Nissan GT-R, especially in racing form, is often called Godzilla because of its legendary status and beastly power? It's like the monster of the tracks, ready to crush the competition with its advanced aerodynamics and all-wheel drive system. Quite fitting for a car that basically roars its way to victory. Alright folks, better hustle if you want to pick your favorite ride before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI car will dominate the track next. Hurry up, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The BMW M3 E46 GTR is a classic, known for its balance and handling, but it's definitely not the flashiest car out there. On the other hand, the Pagani Zonda GR is a stunning machine, renowned for its speed and luxury. But I wonder if its high-end design will give it the edge on a tricky figure-8 course. I'd say it's a close call, but I have a feeling the Zonda's raw power might just outpace the M3's agility. Still, don't count out the M3's driving dynamics. It might surprise us all. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race is underway at the crazy figure-8 track. Leading the pack at the moment is Gary 17 in a 2004 Ferrari 575 GTC. Let's see if that pole position holds up or if chaos ensues. Gary 710 is leading the race right now, followed closely by The Chaotic Weirdo and Willow Shrub. Looks like a tight start. Amy and Hermit Media are nose to tail for 4th place. Bobardo just climbed 1 spot to take 6th. Marty Freeze is also on the move up 1 spot to 9th. Marty Freeze and Titus 61 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Bacon is climbing up to 9th place. Bacon and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for 8th. Nikhil Broadcast and Toucan's Flora are locked in a close fight for 15th. The Chaotic Weirdo and Gary 710 are nose to nose for the lead. Hermit Media and Willow Shrub are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Marty Freeze just sneaked past someone to claim 8th place. The Chaotic Weirdo just overtook someone to take the lead. Gary 710 and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 1st place. Hermit Media and Willow Shrub are swapping positions in the fight for 3rd. Willow Shrub and Gary 710 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Hermit Media and Willow Shrub are also battling hard for 3rd. Marty Freeze is making a move, climbing up to 6th place. Paul Netley is really having a rough time dropping to 20th place. Willow Shrub is climbing steadily to 2nd. Marty Freeze is inching up to 5th. Willow Shrub takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Hermit Media moves up 2 spots to 2nd. Gary 17 is closing the gap on Hermit Media, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. The battle for 2nd place is heating up. Hermit Media is closing in on Willow Shrub, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Papa Cassie and Tug on It DTV are battling hard for 9th place. Kazumi Girl and Papa Casey are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Marty Freeze and Gary 710 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maya just snuck into 6th, climbing 1 spot. Bacon is also on the move, grabbing 7th. Snowbud Ixel is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Abigail Killens is also making moves, now in 8th. Gary 710 is having a tough time, dropping 11 spots to 14th. Tukins Flora is making a strong move, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nico Brokost is also climbing, now in 10th after passing 3 more racers. The Vencero guy is on a roll, now in 11th after overtaking 4 cars. Kalmetwi is making a move, climbing 4 places to 13. Hemit Media is holding strong at the front, now in 1st. Papa Katsi is inching closer, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Papa KC is gaining on Bakhorn and closing the gap fast. Abigail Killens is inching closer to Kalmetwi. Marty Fried is on the tail of Abigail Killens, making it a 3-way battle for position. Congratulations to Hermit Media on winning the race. Looks like they really outpaced the competition. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Hermit Media took the win. Congrats. Looks like all those hours of racing practice finally paid off. Nice job pulling ahead at the end, it was a close one. Sure. Did you know that the 277 SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo was once officially recognized as the world's fastest production car? It reached a blistering top speed of over 256 miles per hour thanks to its twin turbo V8 engine. That's faster than most sports cars dreamed of in their prime, making it a real speed demon in the world of supercars. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time, or you might end up with whatever's left. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the throwback versus the modern Marvel showdown. The Porsche Carrera GT from 2004 is a legendary car known for its raw power and that unmistakable V10 growl. It's a classic that's still a beast on the track. On the other hand, the 2018 Ferrari 488 Pista is a more recent, tech-savvy machine with cutting-edge aerodynamics and turbo-charged V8 power. Given the age and design philosophies, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for its advanced engineering and handling finesse. But then again, the Carrera GT has that raw, unfiltered race car feel that can surprise you. Either way, this race is shaping up to be a close one, depending on how well those AI drivers adapt to Soki's tricky corners. I'd say the Ferrari has a slight edge, but don't count out the Porsche just yet. Alright folks, the race is underway at Sochi Autodrome, and Justin Gilks is starting strong on pole in his 2018 Radical RXC Turbo 600R. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the others have some tricks up their sleeves. Justin Gilks has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Someone is right behind in second, and Schmerzenlive is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Kingrut is on the charge, moving up to 9th place. Josh Bosch is also climbing, now in 11th. Waxy B is gaining ground, moving into 4th. Josh Bosch is climbing fast, now in 9th place. Kingrut and Josh Bosch are nose to nose for 9th. Amy is gaining ground, now in 14th. Schmerzenlive is climbing to 2nd place. Waffling Godders is closing the gap on That's Altice Arena by a second and a half. The fight for 7th place is heating up, with Waffling Otters and That's Altice Arena going wheel to wheel. Josh Bosch is climbing up to 8th place. Zabranigan is making a move to 12th. Amy and Shikamaru are nose to nose for 13th. Maya is now in 17th place, climbing up 1 spot. Theskis is right behind in 18th place, moving up 2 spots. Wow CB is now in 3rd place. That's Altice Arena has climbed to 6th. Kingrut has moved into 10th. Pro3 has gained 2 spots and is now in 14th place. Amy and Pro3 are still neck and neck for that spot. Maya is climbing up to 16th place, 2 spots ahead. Mighty Chunk is driving a 2004 Porsche Carrera GT. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise so far. Kingrut is driving a 2077 SS Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo, known for its blistering top speed. Looks like he's holding steady in 11th place, but no overtakes yet. The race seems to be a tight pack at the front, with some gaps forming behind him. Dalman Samun is closing in on Cheryl Mitsurosis with a 5.3 second gap dotted. That's Altice Arena just moved up 1 spot to 5th. Josh Bosch and Mutwolf are nose to nose fighting for 7th place. Schmerzenlive just overtook someone to take the lead. Justin Gilks and Schmerzenlive are nose to nose for the top spot. Zabranigan is climbing up to 11th place. YOCB is gaining fast on Justin Gilks, now just a second behind. Maya has climbed 2 spots and is now in 13th. Salmon Someone is closing the distance on Highmise, cutting it down by 2.6 seconds. The modern street cars are showing a lot of variety in close competition. So the track at Sochi seems to favor agility and handling over raw power. Josh Bjosh is climbing up to 7th place. Mutwolf and Josh Bjosh are battling hard for that spot. Maya is advancing to 11th place. Mutwolf and Josh Bjosh are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya just gained a spot, now in 10th. Sepp Brannigan and Waffling Otters are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Josh Bjosh is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is closing in on Kingrut, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Shikamaru is moving up to 14th place. Wauxi B is really closing in on Justin Oaks now, just a second behind. The battle for 2nd place is heating up between them. That's Alti Serena has moved up to 4th, looking to make a move soon. Kingrut is gaining on Mutwolf, closing the gap to just over a second. Peskis and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for the 17th place. Samon Samon is catching Haimais, closing the distance by a solid 1.5 seconds. Maya and Kingrut are nose to nose for 9th place. Awildrino and Zabrandigan are fighting hard for 12th. Shikamaru is charging, closing the gap on Awildrino by a second and a third. Wildrino and Zabrandigan are nose to tail for 12th place. Cheryl Netzerosis is climbing 2 spots to 17. Mighty Chunk and Cheryl Manzerosis are locked in a fierce duel for 17. Wow CB and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 2nd place. Josh Bjosh just snuck into 5th, climbing 1 spot. Wow, Schmerz and Live just took the victory at Sochi. Looks like they really know how to cross the finish line first. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Schmerz and Gleave really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was quite the display of skill and speed. Looks like they've set the bar pretty high for the others. Great job! Sure thing! The 1989 Ferrari F40 Competizione was built specifically for racing and wasn't a regular road car, which makes it pretty much the superhero of racing Ferraris. It had a very limited production, with only a handful ever made, so it's like the rarest of the rare in the Ferrari world. Its lightweight construction and turbocharged V8 engine made it a beast on the track, capable of hitting speeds that left many modern supercars in the dust. Basically, it's the kind of car that makes car enthusiasts dream of racing and rarity all rolled into one. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race starts. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Jaguar XJ220 is a classic, and the R33 GTR is legendary in its own right. The XJ220 might have a bit more grace on the straights with that sleek design and V6 turbo power, but the Skyline is known for its grip, agility, and that incredible RB26 engine that loves to roar. On this vintage track, I'd say the Jaguar could have the edge in speed, but the Nissan might outmaneuver it on the tighter corners. Honestly, I'm going to give a slight edge to the Nissan because of its balanced handling and the iconic turbo boost. But don't count out the Jaguar. If it catches the right slipstream, it could surprise us all. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Afanisto vintage track. Leading the pack in Retro GT 500 is Matrixco, cruising on pole in a classic 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. Let's see if that beauty can hold the lead or if the others are ready to challenge. Madisperi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Zenyahima is holding strong in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up. Dude Smoky Blunt just sneaked into 9th place. Basho Gran and Dude Smoky Blunt are nose to nose for that 9th spot. Looks like a battle to watch. Maya is making a nice climb up to 3rd place. Yesterone 33,796 is inching closer to the top 5 data. Amy is dropping back to 9th. Looks like she's having a rough time. Amy is now in 8th place. Dr. Felix has advanced to 11th place. Dude Mokiablond is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75, a classic with a bit of flair. He's currently in 9th place, holding steady but not exactly charging forward. Looks like he's just cruising along for now. Zadimojiamis is driving a 1989 Ford Sierra R S500, a classic Grupo car known for its balance and turbocharged power. They are currently in 7th place, holding steady but not challenging the top. Looks like a solid race so far. Senyahima and Madisperi are nose to nose for 1st place. Yesterone 133,796 just sneaked into 4th after a little push. Zademoji James is closing in on Matrixco, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Senyahima is driving a 1998 Mitsubishi FT OJ GTC, a car known for its balanced handling and sporty design. They are currently in second place, close behind the leader, so the race looks tight. Medisperi is leading the race in a 1996 Lamborghini Diablo Yota, which is known for its raw power and aggressive styling. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. Maya is currently in 7th place, trying to hold off the charging pack behind. Amy and Sedimojijames are neck and neck for 6th place. No room for error. Stephen Brinkley and Dr. Felix X are locked in a fierce duel for 11th, with neither giving an inch. Senyahima is now in 1st place. Maya is gaining on Medisperi, cutting the gap by a second and a half. 2. Peas and the podcast has moved up to 7th place. Sadimoji Jamis is driving a Ford Sierra S500 from 1989. He's currently in 7th place, but his fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. The retro GT 500 cars are dominating with faster lap times, especially Maya and Zinyahima leading the pack. Track seems to favor these vintage beasts over the group of cars which are struggling to keep up. Medisperi is gaining on Zinyahima, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Dr. Felix is inching closer to Bacho Grande, the gap shrinking steadily. Medisperi just stole the lead from Zinyahima. They are now battling for the top spot. Yesteronen 33,796 is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 2 seconds. Looks like it's about to get interesting. Dudes Mokea Blund is catching up to 2 Peas into podcast fast, just a second and a half behind now. Amy is closing in on Stephen Brinkley even quicker, only 2.2 seconds back. Stephen Brinkley's Audi V8 Quattro is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Looks like it's not quite fast enough to challenge the leaders, but reliable enough to stay in the game. Congratulations, Medisperi. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the track. Well done. Wow, Medisbury took the win. Congratulations on the victory. You drove that race like a champ. And for those of you still dreaming of claiming a shiny new car, Maya just snagged the fastest lap. So she's got her eye on a 1998 Mitsubishi FT. OJGT. Looks like the competition is heating up. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make your decision before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite. Sure thing. Did you know that ultralight racing cars are so lightweight and nimble that they can often outperform much faster and heavier cars in tight corners? It's like watching a tiny speedster weave through a crowd and leave everyone in the dust. They might be small, but they sure know how to make a big impression on the racetrack. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? Maya in the 2010 Global GT Lite might have some modern tricks up its sleeve. But Wangan 7 272's 1996 Osella P a 21 Honda has that classic charm. And perhaps a bit of raw racing spirit. The Mugello short track favors agility and power, so it could come down to how well each car accelerates and handles those tight corners. I'd say I'm leaning toward Maya's new ride, but don't count out Wangan 7 272's nostalgic machine just yet. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Mugello Short Track, and leading the pack is Dishonored Fox in a 2006 Ladder Evolution RS2. Looks like an underdog story already. Dishonored Fox has taken the lead right out of the gate. Ebony Shadow is holding strong in second place. Wangan 7 272 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Senor Flip Flop on 100 2020 is on a roll, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has moved up to 5th place, inching closer to the front. Yama Priest is now in 7th, also making progress. Yama Priest and Stenkit are locked in a close fight for 6th place. No room for error there. Stenkit is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. V's McGee has moved up to 11th. Bacorn has gained 2 positions and is now in 14th. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Senor Flip Flopona 100 2020 has also gained 1 position and is now in 12th. Chaotic Weirdo and Senor Flip Flopono 2020 are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Wangyatang 7, 272, just snuck into 3rd place. Senor Flip-Flopon 100 in 2020 is chipping away at Bees McGee, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Bacon and Thakati Guerdo are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Bacon is climbing up to 13th place. Mafia Mavi is making a move to 14th place. Tresh Crashton is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC, which is known for its nimbleness but struggles with endurance. Their race looks like a long shot at this point. Stuck in the back with no visible moves forward. Wangatang 7, 272 just snatched 2nd place, leaving the others to chase. Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020, and Bees McGee are nose-to-nose for 11th. Bacon is closing in, cutting down the gap to Senor Flip-Flopone 100 in 2020 by a 2nd and a half. Looks like P12 is about to get interesting with Bacon and Senor Flip-Flopone 100 in 2020 in a tight duel. Wangatang 7, 272 takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Maya and Ebony Shadow are nose-to-tail for 3rd. Emma Priest and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Senor Flip-Flopona Hui in 2020 is driving a 2021-12 Lada Granta Doda. They're currently in the 15th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, over a 2nd slower than the leaders. Bacon is climbing to 11th place. Mafia Mavi is making a move to 12th place. Senor Flip-Flopona 2020 is driving a 2012 Lada Granta, which is known for its simplicity and reliability. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few TCE races. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The Mugello Shorts tight corners are favoring the ultralights with quick lap times, while the TCEs are struggling to keep up. Wangatang 7, 272 is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control and looking to seal the deal. Congratulations to Wangatang 7, 272 for winning the race at Mugello Short. Clearly, they know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Wow! Wanga Tank 7272 really pulled off a legendary feat today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's like completing a triple crown in the world of AI racing. Congratulations to them! They definitely earned that victory and left everyone else in their digital dust. Sure thing. Here's a fun fact about Goldenport Track. Did you know it's known for its sharp turns and tight corners that really challenge drivers? It's almost like playing a real-life video game where every twist and turn keeps you on the edge of your seat. It's a perfect playground for AI racers to show off their skills and make things exciting for us viewers. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your choices quick before the AI takes control and picks the wildest ride for itself. Don't say I didn't warn you if you end up with a car that looks like it belongs in a sci-fi movie. Wow, what a matchup we have here. On one side, Tales of Stirling with the classic 1977 Opel Kadett C GTE, a car with some decent speed and a lot of nostalgic charm. On the other side, Bethreline with a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, which is more of a vintage beauty than a speed demon. Given that the Opel is a more modern, sporty little car compared to the old-school elegance of the Talbot Lago, I'm leaning towards Tales of Stirling's chances. The Opel's probably got a better shot at handling those twists and turns at Goldenport. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, especially if the Talbot Lago has a surprise up its sleeve. Still, I'd say Tales of Stirling is the favorite to cross the finish line first. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Goldenport, and leading the pack is Amy in her vintage 1972 Ford Gran Torino. She's got the pole position and looks ready to see if she can hold off the competition. Stay tuned. Amy is leading the pack right now, followed closely by Maldox, VCF, and Ovidus. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Asuyurni just overtook someone to take the fourth place. Veifuana and Asuyuroni are still neck and neck for that spot. Strutting Jal and Rob Swizzle are battling hard for the 14th position. Rob Swizzle just climbed one spot to 13th place. Strutting Jal and its Sarar are nose to nose for 14th place. Waifuana dropping back to 16th place. Frankenballs climbing 2 spots to 5th. Imus Gordon is closing in on Frankenballs, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. They're in a tight fight for 5th place. Excepcion is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Ovidus and Maldox FCE are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Frankenballs is chipping away at a Soroni, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Maldox FCF and Ovidus are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Exoaces climbs 1 spot to 10th and is now eyeing Big Boy Bets in the battle for 9. Exoaces is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Meg's Boring Life and Rob Swizzle are nose-to-nose fighting for 11. Drottingjal and Itzera are locked in a close duel for 14. Exoaces is trimming the distance to Exception by 3.3 seconds. Maya has climbed 1 spot to secure 8th place. Meg's Boring Life and Rob Swizzle are locked in a close fight for 11th. Exoaces is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is chipping away at Exception's lead, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Asuroni and Maldox FCF are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Big Boy Bets just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Rob Swizzle and Imus Gordon are fighting hard for 10th, with barely any gap between them. Asuroni is now in 3rd place. Frankenballs has also moved up 1 spot to 4th. Exoaces and Maldox FCF are nose-to-nose for 5th. Exoaces is climbing up to 5th place. Next Boring Life is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Excepcion just sneaked past Maddox FCF to take 6th place. They're now nose-to-nose in that battle for 6th. Imus Gordon is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina. They're currently in the 8th place, way behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is over a minute slower than the top racers. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Exoaces and Frankenballs are neck and neck for 4th place. Big Boy Bets just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Maya and Big Boy Bets are fighting hard for 8th place now. Frankenballs is gaining on Asuroni, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Exoaces and Frankenballs are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Big Boy Bets is on the hunt for Maldox FCF, closing in by 2 seconds. Exoaces is climbing up to 4th place. Excepcion is hot on Frankenball's tail, closing in by a 2nd and a 3rd. Big Boy Bets is right behind Maldox FCF now. Itzera is catching up to Strutting Jarl quickly. Waifuana is closing the distance to Bethray Lane, but still a bit of a stretch. Maldox FCF is driving a vintage Ford Escort Mark 1 RSM 1600. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. XOS's is climbing up to 3rd place. Jardin Jarl is making a move to 13. Life One is chipping away at Bethraelin's lead, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. XOS's and Ovidus are nose to tail for 2nd place. Excepcion and Frankenballs are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Big Boy Bets is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. XOS's has just overtaken someone to climb into 2nd place. Meg's Boring Life is gaining on Rob Swizzle, closing the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Waifuan is inching closer to Bethraelin, chipping away at the distance by a similar margin. Imus Gordon's Lotus Cortina is a classic British race car known for its agility and lightweight design. Looks like their race is a tough climb, currently in 15th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Amy! Looks like you just proved you're the fastest. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy did it again. Congratulations on winning the race. You're absolutely crushing it today. Keep that momentum going. And Core won Super 7 days in a row. That's legendary. You just bagged yourself 500 request points. Seriously impressive streak. Keep it up. The competition better watch out. Here's a fun fact about the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. It has a reputation for being one of the most iconic American muscle cars. But did you know it actually shares a lot of its DNA with the Cadillac ATS-V? That means beneath its sporty exterior, it's got some serious engineering muscle. So, in a way, it's like a city slicker with a muscle car hidden inside. Who knew those sleek curves could pack such a punch? Alright, so we've got Princess Wildface in a Chevrolet Camaro and Cloudy in a Ford Mustang. Both are iconic American muscle cars. But the Camaro is often praised for its sharp handling and aggressive styling. The Mustang is a bit more about that classic, smooth power. Given the track at Barber Motorsports Park with all those tricky curves and elevation changes, I'd say the Camaro's likely to have the edge in agility. But don't count out the Mustang's raw power. Since it's AI driving, the race might come down to how well each car's strengths are exploited. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward Princess Wildface in the Camaro. just because of that nimbleness around the complex bends. But honestly, it's going to be close. Who do you think has the edge? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Barber Motorsports Park, and it looks like it's their pair starting on pole with a sleek 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. It's their pair has shot off the line to take the lead. Princess Wildface is right behind in second, and Cloudy is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Princess Wildface and its pair are locked in a fierce fight for first place. Acorn is climbing up to fifth. Lemon Cult Games is sneaking into the top 10. Akwaiti and Cloudy are nose to tail for third place. Bacorn is chopping down the gap to Akwaiti by a full second. Catgirl TM and Scorched Log are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. Bacorn is now in 4th place, climbing up one spot. Catgirl TM has moved into 10th place, also up one spot. Popcorn Slayer is in 17th place, making a one position jump. KCO. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Mustangs, keeping them at the front while the WTC cars struggle to keep pace. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Lemon Cult Games just overtook one driver and is now in 8th. Lemon Cult Games and Lockjaw 7 are nose to tail for 7. Looks like a close fight there. Catgirl TM is holding on to 8th place, but Lemon Cult Games is right behind looking for a move. Ruki Muriki and Jackson Box are still neck and neck for 21st. No clear winner yet. Princess Wildface is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leader yet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Mustangs, keeping the top 3 close. The WTC cars are spread out, likely struggling with the technical sections. Amy is in 7th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like she's holding steady but hasn't made a move yet. Amy is currently in 7th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like she's holding her position but hasn't made any big moves yet. Its Therapower is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control unless he makes a mistake. Maricus is climbing up to 17th place. Jackson Box is also making moves, now in 20th place. Maricus is driving a 2007 Seat Leon TDI in the WTC class Auto. They're currently in the 17th place, with a fastest lap of 1:35.962. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Maya is in 8th place driving a 2021 Ford Mustang. Her fastest lap is 1:33.473, which is slower than the top contenders but still holding steady. Looks like she's trying to find a way past Lemon Cult Games. The Betty White Show is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156Di. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times. Amy just shifted up one spot to 5th. Ikoriam-san is narrowing the gap to Scorched Log by 1.3 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Jackson Dabox just nudged ahead of Lynn Lilac to take the 8th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. Wanga Tang 7272 is driving a 2004 Audi A4 in the WTC class, Ottachi. They're currently in the 14th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time of 1:36.05, which is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Princess Wildface is holding 2nd place comfortably, but Cloudy is right behind in 3rd, so the race for 2nd is still on. Princess Wildface has a slight edge, but Cloudy is lurking. Jackson Dabox is driving a 26 BMW 320 in the WTC class at I. They're currently in the 19th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wow, it's Sarah Purr just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch at Barber Motorsports Park. Well done. Wow, what a victory for its Sarah Purr. Congrats on taking the top spot. Looks like they really knew how to handle those virtual turns. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the Formula Rapid cars are designed to look just like tiny Formula 1 cars that are built for racing on shorter, twistier tracks? It's like giving a race car a mini-me version that still packs serious speed and style. Imagine zooming around at high speeds, feeling like a champion in a compact package. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race is pretty much a toss-up. The 2019 Formula Rapid at Spa is a tricky combination, especially when we're flying blind about their experience or skill. If I had to pick, I'd say it might come down to a little bit of luck and who has the better day on the track. It's a classic case of, may the best driver, however unknown, win. So buckle up, folks, because this is one of those races where anything can happen. Alright folks, Cheryl Mitzi Roses has grabbed pole position in the 2019 Formula Rapid at Spa. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others are planning a sneaky move. Cheryl Mitzi Roses has shot to the front, holding the first place. Stephen Brinkley is right behind in second, and Juno Gothalides is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Jonas Gottlieb's just snuck into second place. Rowdy Zerolf is closing in on fourth, now just behind Jay Zell Gaming. Looks like a tight fight for those middle positions. Gaming is climbing up to fourth place. Emerald Tick 398. 8 and Ira Rafael are locked in a close fight for 6th. Amy and Brando Buster are nose to nose for 13. Akanone and Athena CNC are neck and neck for 10th place. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 14th. Crystal 33 is also making progress, now in 16th. Stephen Brinkley and Junith Gottliebs are neck and neck for second place. Sir Pro 3 and Crystal 33 are also locked in a close fight for 16th. Brando Buster and Famaka are neck and neck for 12th place. Crystal 33 and Amy are trading positions for 15th. Detoxins and K-Boomper are locked in a close fight for 18th. Yates Ogaming just overtook someone to grab third place. Maya and Emerald Tick 398 are still locked in that tight fight for 7th. Unstabil is creeping closer to GM and Prime, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Crystal 33 is on the move, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Athena CNC is losing ground, dropping back to 18th place. Tessatura and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. Looks like a close one. Apidope is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 19 cars. Pace CIR is not far behind, climbing 27 spots to second. Schmerzenliebe is also making moves, jumping 23 positions to take third. Cheryl Roses is now in first place after overtaking 3 cars. Jonas Gottliebs has also moved up 3 spots to second. Yates Elgaming is climbing fast into third after overtaking 3 cars. Yates Elgaming is climbing up to second place. Stephen Brinkley and Juna Gottliebs are still locked in a close fight for third. Brando Booster is making a move up to 25th. Wow, Cheryl and Cirrhosis, you really outpaced everyone? Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow! Cheryl Cirrhosis took the victory. Nice job! I guess all those late-night practice sessions paid off. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the 911 Cup racing cars are so popular, they essentially turn every race into a giant family reunion? It's like watching a bunch of identical twins try to outshine each other on the track. Plus, they're built for precision and speed. So it's basically a dance of sleek tiny giants fighting for bragging rights. Oh, this is a tough call. But I'd say Autoleatorius with that older but still mighty 2010. Porsche might have a slight edge on experience, even if the newer 2017 model is technically more advanced. The 911-97 GT3 Cup is a legendary car, known for its raw driving experience. Squat Bender's 2017 model has some upgrades. But sometimes the classic treasure just outshines the shiny new toy. My gut says Autoleatorius might just sneak ahead. But hey, in races like this, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is on at the Alice track, and leading the pack is the 911 Cup, Acironi, driving a classic 2010 Porsche 911 97 GT 3 Cup. He's starting from pole, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Acironi is leading the race, followed closely by Bermuda in second place. VS Empress is holding on to third for now. Mimuidara is holding a slight lead over Acironi as they race side by side. Cobber and the Empress are still neck and neck for third place, trading positions every lap. U20 and I are locked in a close fight for seventh, with barely any space between us. Taknesti is on the move, climbing to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. That's Serena is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 19. U20 is having a tough time, dropping 15 places to 23. The Grand Enchanter is climbing to 4th place. Maya has moved up to 6th. Cobber and Maya are nose to tail for 6th position. Autoleatorius is climbing nicely into 6th place. That's Altizarena and TPKPA are locked in a close fight for 17. Emerald Tig through 98 and Zufik are also neck and neck for 20th. Taknasti and Grampy Jurif are nose to tail for 13th place. That's Oti Serena is inching up to 16. TPKA and That's Oti Serena are fighting hard for 17. That's Oti Serena just overtook someone to climb to 16th place. Buckyboard and That's Oti Serena are nose to nose for the same spot. U20 plays is chipping away at Bobarda's lead, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. That's Oti Serena and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for 15th place. TPKPA and Buckybird are also locked in a close fight for 17th. Kufo and Grampy Giraffe are nose to nose for 12th place. Taknesty and Grampy Giraffe are also fighting for 13th. That's Oti Serena is climbing up to 15. Kufo is really having a rough time dropping 9 places to 21st. Cobber and Otterly Artorius are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Grampy Giraffe is climbing up 1 spot to 12. EU20 place climbs 2 spots to 21st instead. Bobardo is gaining, closing the gap by 240 seconds. Maya is currently in 7th place with a 2017 Porsche 911 991 GT3 Cup UT. Looks like she's holding her own among the newer models. Race seems steady with no major overtakes yet. Oteliatorius just overtook Akvethi and is now in 5th place. They are really neck and neck in this fight for 5th. Akvethi just sneaked into 5th place. TPKPA and Apex Milkbag are locked in a fierce fight for 15th. Buckyboard and Exclusive Godox are nose to nose for 18th. That's Oti Serena is driving a 2010 Porsche 911 7 GT3 Cup and is currently in 15th place. Looks like she's making her way up the field slowly, but surely. Wow. Acironi just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, Cironi really pulled it off. Congratulations on that victory. Looks like all those hours of virtual racing paid off. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Suzuka East, I'd probably go with the 2000 Ferrari F1 2000. It was a dominant machine that year, and the circuit's mix of high-speed corners and technical sections would really play to its strengths. Plus, with Michael Schumacher behind the wheel, it's basically a guaranteed podium finish. The others are all contenders, but I'd bet on the Ferrari to come out on top. Alright everyone, buckle up because the countdown is almost over. If you haven't picked your AI car yet, now's the time to decide or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which robo-racer will dominate the track today. Ooh, this is quite the throwback race. Both cars from the same era, so it really comes down to the driver's skill and the car's handling. The Jordan EJ10 was known for its agility and quickness on corners, but the BAR002 had a bit more power in a straight line. If Beef Sliders can exploit the car's nimbleness around Suzuka East's tricky turns, they might have the edge. But if Papa KC can keep the momentum through the straights and maintain control, the BAR002 might just edge out the win. Honestly, I'm guessing it's a close one, but my money's on the driver who masters the technical sections. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright everyone, Cheryl Nerozes is on pole in the Jaguar 1 from the year 2000. This race at Suzuka East is about to get interesting. Cheryl Nerozes has taken an early lead, followed closely by GamerBoss 72 and Morningstar Soul. Looks like it's going to be a tight battle at the front. GamerBoss 72 and Cheryl Nerozes are nose-to-nose for the lead. Mirgudu and Morningstar Soul locked in a fierce fight for third. Abomzi just sneaked up one spot to claim fifth. Morningstar is dropping back to 10th place. Mirgutsu is climbing to third. Official Class Live is up to fourth. Official Class Live just made a bold move to take the lead. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is not far behind, climbing to third. Morningstar Soul is on the rise, now in 7th after a quick overtaking spree. Cheryl Nerozes is on fire, climbing to the front and now leading the race. Chubby Boy RJ is making a solid push, now in 12th place. Nox Exodus is also gaining ground, now in 13th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Official Class Live is making a bold move, now in first place after overtaking 3 cars. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is not far behind, also climbing 3 spots to second. Blaming Buddha is on a roll, grabbing third after overtaking 3 cars. The top 3 are really mixing it up. Cheryl Nerozes has surged to first place after overtaking 3 cars. Nergutsu is climbing fast, now in 4th after passing 3 cars. GamerBoss 72 has gained 2 spots and is now in 3rd. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to third place after overtaking 16 cars. Cheroffa Kitten is not far behind, pushing through to 9th after overtaking 11. Tron is making steady progress, moving up to 14th after overtaking 3. Album Z is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place. Maya is dropping back to 15, and Cheroffa Kitten is now at 16. Looks like the race is heating up. Zikopal is on a tier, overtaking 13 cars to claim the lead. Maya is closing in fast, climbing 12 spots to 3rd. Cheroffa Kitten is making moves too, jumping 10 places to sit 6th. Official Classified is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Blaming Buddha is right behind, also making a move through the pack. Beef Sliders is gaining ground fast, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 6th. Things are heating up in the midfield. Maya is storming through the field, now in 2nd place after overtaking 12 cars. Zikopal is also on the move, climbing 9 positions to sit in 4th. Yaki Ramen is making a strong push, overtaking 11 cars to land in 6th. Official Classy Live is on a roll, now leading the race. Blaming Buddha is closing in, climbing to 3rd. Beef Sliders is making moves, now in 6th. Things are heating up behind them. Zikopal is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 7 cars. Cheroffa Kitten is also making moves, now in 17th after overtaking 5 cars. Sharon is having a tough time, dropping 12 positions to 19th. Zikopal is really having a rough time, dropping to 13. Merchicken Live is on the move, climbing to 17th after overtaking 6 cars. Cheese and Dashour is also making a move, now 18th after passing 6 cars. Zikopal is on a roll, climbing from behind to 7th place. Cheroffa Kitten is making a big move, jumping 16 spots to 15th. Its Thera Parrot is gaining ground, moving up 3 positions to 21st. Wow, Cheryl and Cirrhosis, you really outpaced everyone at Suzuka East. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job winning the race. Wow, Cheryl Minzirosis took the victory. Nice job there, you really drove like a legend today. I think even the AI's got some serious respect for that performance. Well done. A fun fact about the 2012 Superkart is that it's basically the turbocharged rocket of small race cars. It's known for its incredible speed and agility, making it a favorite in the racing world for those who love adrenaline and tight corners. Plus, despite its small size, it can reach speeds that leave larger cars in the dust, proving that sometimes size really does matter, in the racing sense. Well, with both drivers being a mystery, this race is basically a toss-up. Equinoxto might surprise us, or Slipsley Daming could pull off an underdog victory. Honestly, without any info, I just flip a coin. But hey, in a race like this, anything can happen, and it's probably going to be a wild ride to the finish. Alright everyone, the race is off at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval. And in pole position, we have a supercart from the super classy 2012 model, driven by Etherplasm. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the other cars will catch up. Etherplasm is leading the race, followed closely by Zasacher in second place and Morningstar Soul holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Mutuva is charging through the field, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Pumpkin of Glory is right behind, also climbing fast into 25th. Then Lilac and Morningstar Soul are locked in a close duel for 3rd place. No room for mistakes there. Hikori Hamzam is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after passing 3 cars. Frogsworth is making a move, now in 10th after overtaking 4. Timborghini Tuba is also on the rise, now 12th after taking 3 cars. The race is heating up. Celestial Inari is on a tier, now in 6th place after passing 12 cars. Timborghini Tuba is climbing fast, now in 9th after overtaking 3. Amy is making moves, now in 11th after also passing 3. Lemon Cold Games is dropping like a stone to 23rd. Navling is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 25th. Gasatura is now in the lead, grabbing the top spot. Etherplasm has just claimed the top spot. Lin Nyayak is chipping away at Zasatur's lead, closing the gap by a little over 2 seconds. Hikori Hamzan is hot on Equinox to his tail, narrowing the distance by almost the same amount. Pumpkin of Fury is on a tier, overtaking 16 cars to take the lead. Zachary TV is making moves, passing 3 to reach 15th. Bufinanetin is also climbing, overtaking 3 to settle in at 16th. Etherplasm takes the lead, climbing to 1st place. Sasatura follows closely behind in 2nd. Lilac also moves up to 3rd. Looks like a tight race so far. Slip and Sleety Gaming is having a rough time dropping to 13th place. Timborghini Tuba is climbing up to 6th place. Hikori Hamzam is sneaking into 7th. D Factor is closing in on Ixajax rapidly. Just 7.6 seconds behind now. Zachary TV has moved up to 13th place. Bufin in 18 is right behind in 14th. Maya is dropping back to 24th place. Morning Starsel is climbing up to 17th. Gnavling is catching up to 18th. Equinoxto is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Hikori Hamsam has gained 2 positions and is in 5th. Amy has also moved up 2 spots into 6th. Okinabaka is now in 14th place. Timborghini Tuba is right behind in 15th. Hikari Hamzam is gaining on Equinox 2, closing the gap by a second and a third. Gliding Penguin is climbing to 6th place. Jay Burgi is sneaking into 7th. Mutuba is making a move into 8th. Biswat Ingyo is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 10th place. Bufin in 18 is inching up 1 spot to 11th. Queen Manda is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 13th. Gliding Penguin is narrowing the gap to Hikari Hamsam by 1.3 seconds. Mutuba has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Alan 656 has also gained 1 position, now in 8th. Congratulations to Etherplasm on the victory. Looks like all that speed paid off. Who knew they had it in them? Wow, Sasatur really pulled it off. Huge congratulations to them for winning the race. They must have some serious skills or maybe just a super lucky AI. Either way, they earned that top spot. Sure. Did you know that Interlagos Vintage Track is actually a throwback to the classic racing days of the 1960s and 70s? It's like stepping back in time where the racing was all about guts and grit, not just technology. It's got this authentic charm that makes every race feel like a historic showdown. Alright, so we've got exception behind the wheel of a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar and Wayne Gretzky steering a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Both are solid choices, but the Chevy usually has that extra punch on the straightaways, which might give exception a little edge in the early rush. The Honda's known for its handling and cornering finesse, so Wayne Gretzky could make up ground in those twisting sections. Given the vintage Interlagos layout, I'd say it's a close call, but I'd lean a tiny bit towards exception. That Chevrolet's raw power might just be enough to outpace the Honda's finesse, especially if the race comes down to who can maintain top speed through the faster sections. But either way, it's going to be an exciting race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Interlagos Vintage, and Bunny Soft Doom is leading the pack on pole position, driving a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're ready to take the early lead. Bunny Soft Doom has shot off into the lead, followed closely by La Croissante in 18th second place. GC Productions is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. GC Productions and La Croissante 1980 are neck and neck for second place. Nulavi and JC Productions are also fighting hard for third. Amy and Lyra Shai are locked in a close scrap for eighth. GC Productions is climbing up to second place. La Croissante 1980 and JC Productions are nose to nose for second. Lyra Shai and Okinabaka are locked in a close fight for seventh. Wayne Gretzky is on a tear, climbing from behind to second place. Merchican Live is making a move, now in ninth after overtaking 3 cars. Lockjun 7 is gaining ground, now in 11th after passing 4 cars. GC Productions is climbing up to second place. Nulavi is now third. Violeta Mama is pushing into fourth. Looks like the race is heating up. Nazir Obstacks and Imogen Tempest are nose to tail for 12th place. Reiko Haruji is inching up to 13th place. Reiko Haru G and the Nazir Obstacks are fighting for 13th spot. Dor Rogue is in the Chevrolet IndyCar, currently in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made any big moves yet. Okinabaka is in 8th place with a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Violeta Mama is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar and currently in 5th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Lyra Shai is closing in on Violeta Mama, now just a few seconds behind. Dor Rogue has dropped 6 spots to 15th. Merchican Liv has lost 10 positions and is now in 18th. Druafals and Lockjaw 7 are nose to tail for 8th place. Imogen Tempos and Druafals are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Nazir Obstacks and Just Pancakes are trading paint for 11th. Neo Obstacks and Just Pancakes are nose to tail for 11th place. Okinabaka is climbing 2 spots to 17. Okinabaka and Merchikan live locked in a close fight for 16. Nizirp Starks is climbing up to 10th place. Imogen Temples and Nizirp Starks are nose to nose for that spot. Rikuharu G and Just Pancakes are also locked in a close fight for 11th and 12th. Lareshe just overtook Violet Tamama for 5th place. Looks like they're neck and neck now. Rikuharu G and Excepcion are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Excepcion just gained a position, now in 14. Congratulations to Bunnysoft Doom on winning at Interlagos Vintage. Looks like the rabbits really hopped to the front this time. Well done! Wow, Bunnysoft Doom really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like those bunnies are faster than they look. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Long Beach is a street course with tight corners and sharp turns, so a car that can navigate those twists smoothly and quickly would have the edge. Acceleration and braking are important too, since you need to get on the gas early and stop precisely. But overall, a nimble car that responds well to driver inputs will shine here. So, I'd say agility over raw power for this one. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. The 1995 BMW M. .3 GTR is a legendary car known for its agility and raw power, especially on tight street circuits like Long Beach. The Mercedes 190e Evo 2, on the other hand, is iconic and has a reputation for balance and elegance, but it might be a tad out out of its element against the more aggressive BMW all. I'd say Amy's BMW has the edge here, thanks to its more modern design and racing pedigree. But hey, never underestimate the charm of a well-driven classic Mercedes. Let's see how the AI handles these two. Alright folks, the race is underway at Long Beach, and leading the pack in Retro DTM is the 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 Ti V6, sitting pretty on the front row. Let's see if it can hold that position, or if the other cars have a different plan. Figurata Sport has shot into the lead right from the start. James Mayo is holding strong in second place. Senor Flip Flipona 2020 is hanging on in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Drua Faust is climbing to 8th place. Okinabaka is also advancing, now in 9th. Amy and Okinabaka are nose to nose for 9. Huey Miracles is driving a 1985 Alfa Romeo G TV6 Sechtel. They're currently in 13th place, just ahead of a couple of other GTV6s. Looks like a steady race with some room to improve. Uncanny Buddy and Balsamic Vintwu 83 are neck and neck for 11th place. Ablaze and Kickaslady X3 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Okinabaka, better watch out. Amy is gaining fast. Double and Velocitor 14 are neck and neck for the 18th spot. Giogina Miracles just overtook someone to take 12th place. Double is also climbing up one spot to 18. Looks like they're both feeling aggressive today. Mission Man is on a roll, climbing 12 spots to 5th place. Velocitor 14 is inching up one spot to 18th. Plebis 3 is also moving up 1 to 20th. Plebis 3 and Double are nose-to-nose fighting for 19th. Joey Pastrami is climbing up to 5th place. Aitzley is now 6th. And Maya is making her way to 7th. Looks like everyone's in a little rush today. Uncanny Buddy is climbing to 14th place. Ablaze is catching up to 15th place. Rafael is sneaking into 16th place. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Dyrock Official is driving a 1984 Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth. Looks like they're stuck in the back with no real chance to catch up. Probably just enjoying the scenery at this point. Ablaye is climbing up to 14th place. Rafael is catching Uncanny Buddy, the gap shrinking by 130 seconds. Joey Pastrami is sitting comfortably in 5th, but has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's saving some speed for a late push. Okinabaka is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap of nearly 33 seconds, and they're currently in 10th place, struggling to keep up. Ebony Shadow is climbing up one spot to take 3rd place. Senor Flip Flopona 100 2020 and Ebony Shadow are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Aisley and Joey Pastrami are locked in a close fight for 5th. Senor Flip Flopona 100 in 2020 just sneaked into 3rd place. Ebony Shadow and Senor Flip Flopona 100 in 2020 are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Ablaye is climbing up to 13. Ebony Shadow is now in 3rd place. Joey Pastrami has moved into 4th. Aisley is climbing into 5th. The race is heating up. Rafael is climbing up to 15th place. Velocito 14 is now in 16th. Lebes 3 has moved into 17th. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. Ebony Shadow and James Mayo are neck and neck for 2nd place. The Rock official just gained 1 spot and is now in 19th. Ebony Shadow just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Joey Pastrami is also climbing up to 3rd. Aisley is moving into 4th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Wow! Figure 8 Sport took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Nice job! Wow, what a fantastic win for Figure 8 Sport. Congratulations to them for dominating the race. They really showed everyone how it's done today. That was an impressive performance. Keep up the great work. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1968 Lola T190 might have the edge. It's got that classic racing DNA and a history of agility and speed in its veins. Sure, the others are no slouches, but the Lola's lightweight design and racing pedigree make it a pretty strong contender for that short, twisty circuit. Plus, I'd love to see how it handles those curves compared to the others. Oh, this is a classic matchup of vintage racing legends. F1's Lotus 70 from 1968 versus Prodigy Place 58's 1966. McLaren M10A both are pretty iconic, but the Lotus has that sleek, lightweight appeal that could give it an edge in agility. The McLaren, being a bit older and perhaps more powerful in a straight line, might have the upper hand there. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up, but if I had to pick, I'd lean toward F1's Lotus just because its design emphasizes nimbleness, which is crucial on a short loop. Still, don't count out Prodigy Place 58's McLaren. It's got the raw power and perhaps a little vintage charm to surprise us all. So, get ready for a close race where style, speed, and a little luck will decide the winner. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Mastoclaw Short Loop, and leading the pack is Derek Official in a classic 1966 McLaren E. Looks like he's got some vintage speed on his side today. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Derek Official has taken the lead right out of the gate. The Vencero guy is holding strong in second place. Telescope Bime is in third, but expect some shuffling soon. The Vencero guy just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya is closing in, climbing 2 places to second. Merchicken Live is also making moves, jumping 2 spots to fourth. Tokidokibre is climbing to 7th place. Waifuana and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to nose for 8. Christgoffer is pushing up to 10th. Hey Naibe, glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action today. Imbus Platinum just overtook 3 cars, and is now in 15th place. Merchicken Live has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Telescope Bima also gained 1 position, and is now 4th. Pace CAR and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 10th place. Shoot 'em up just sneaked up 1 spot to 15th. Meg's Boring Life and Schmerzenleber locked in a close fight for 17th. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 11th place. Deluxe Combo and Frankredi are nose to nose for 13th. Shoot 'em up is chipping away at Deluxe Combo's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Merchicken Live is really having a rough time falling back to the back of the pack. Telescope Bime is climbing up to 3rd place. Tokidokibre is making a move, now in 4th after gaining 2 spots. Waifuana just overtook someone to take 8th place. Deluxe Combo and Frankredi are still nose to nose for 12th. Next Boring Life is climbing up to 16th. Dirok Official is gaining rapidly on Merchicken Live, closing the gap by 18 seconds. Merchicken Live is inching closer to Schmerzen Live, closing the gap by a little over 2 seconds. Tokidokibre is currently in 4th place, driving a 1966 McLaren M10A. They started in 10th, and are making a solid move up the field with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're on a charge. Chris Gopher and Bunny Self-Doom are neck and neck for 6th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Schmerzenlied is chopping down Meg's Boring Lives lead by 1.1 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Chris Gopher is now in 6th place. Waifu Anna has climbed to 7th. Senna Savage is in 8th. The race is heating up. Michigan Lei is driving a Lola T 190 from 1968. They're currently in 6th place, making steady progress but still a few spots behind the leaders. And their Savage just overtook someone to take 7th place. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 9. Kilo Juliet Delta and Bunnies of Doom are nose to nose for the 9th spot. Hey Ciara just grabbed the 9th spot, sneaking past Bunnies of Doom. Amy is climbing steadily, now in 15th place. The fight for P9 is heating up. Watch those overtakes. Wow, look at that! Kevin Surogai just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done! Wow! 5 Nogi really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats on the win. That was some smooth driving. And Amy, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. You can claim the 1969 Legrand Mark 11. A fine choice for a classic beauty. Well deserved. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Lakeside Park has a lot of tight corners and sharp turns. A car that can quickly change direction and stick to the curves will have the advantage here. Top speed is still important, but being able to navigate the twists smoothly will really make the difference. You don't want a beast that gets sluggish in the corners after all. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before the timer runs out, and miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track. Don't leave me hanging here, get those selections in. Alright, we've got Papa KC in a classic Volvo 242 Turbo, and Hen Fatig in a 1986 BMW M3 E30. Both are pretty iconic, but in a race like this, the BMW is probably the favorite. The E30 is known for its sporty handling and performance, which might give Henfatic a slight edge. The Volvo, while reliable and tough, isn't exactly built for speed. Still, surprises happen, and sometimes the underdog can pull off a shocker. So, I'd say Henfatic has the upper hand here, but don't count Papa KC out just yet. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Lakeside Park and Smurf 20 is starting on pole in a classic 1980 Lotus Essex Turbo Esprit. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its ground. Smurf 20 has taken an early lead, with Gyeongkli Jusho right behind in second place. Maldoxi FCF is holding on to third for now. Looks like a close battle already. Gyeongkli Jusho is now in first place. Maldoxi FCF has climbed to second. Papa Kasi is making a move to fifth. Henfatic and Papa KC are nose to nose for fifth place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in seventh. Sasatura and Maya are wheel to wheel for seventh. Sasatura just overtook someone and is now in seventh place. Maya is right behind, closing the gap for that seventh spot. Maldox FCF takes the lead and is now in first place. Henfatic climbs to fifth. Maya and Zasatura are nose to nose for seventh place. Looks like a close one. Maya just overtook someone to move into seventh place. Sasatura and Maya are nose to nose for seventh. Beef Sliders and Unstable are battling hard for 13th. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 15. Sasatur is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Papa KC and Sasatur are now locked in a close fight for 6th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is on a roll, climbing 14 places to take the lead. Maldox ACAF and Beyond Fu Dark Souls are nose to nose, fighting for the top spot. Current Alive and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close duel for 11th. Current Alive is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Maldox FCF is holding strong at the front, now in first. Gyeongkli Jusho is also climbing, now in second. Looks like a tight battle shaping up. Maya is climbing to 7th place. Exhaust 21 is now in 10th. Beef Sliders has moved up to 13th. Beef Sliders and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose for 12th. Maldox FCF is leading the race with a classic 1985 Lamborghini Countach LP5000 QB. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 4.798. Looks like they're enjoying the lead and setting the pace. Captain Canadian is slicing through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Exhaust 21 is climbing steadily, now in 9th place. The battle for 8th is heating up with Exhaust 21 and Papa KC going wheel to wheel. Maya and Zasatura are nose to tail for 6th place. Exhaust 21 is climbing to 8th. Grando Live is also making moves tonight. Smurf 20 is driving a Lotus SX Turbo Esprit from 1980. They are currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap time among the retro street cars, indicating they're pushing hard but might be slightly behind the leaders. Captain Canadian just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Unstoppable and Amy are nose to nose for 16. Sasatur and Henfatig are nose to nose for 5th place. Exhaust 21 and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 7. Captain Canadian is gaining on Exhaust 21, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Wow! Malduxif CF really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, look at that! Maldux FCF takes the victory. Clearly showing some impressive skills behind the wheel, even if it's all AI. Congrats to them for the win. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead in the next race. Here's a fun fact about the 1998 Benetton B198. It was driven by none other than Michael Schumacher, who was on his way to his first world championship with this very car. It's like the car was just as eager as Schumacher to take home that title. Seems like a pretty good combo of driver and machine, don't you think? Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking, and we don't want any last-minute panic choices. Get those selections in before the finish line. This is an interesting matchup, especially since both cars are classics from the same era, but have different strengths. The Stewart SF02 was known for its solid performance, but the McLaren MP413 was a reigning champion, and often considered one of the best F1 cars of its time. I'd probably lean towards Liam in the McLaren because of its superior aerodynamics and overall performance. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see if Amy can defy the odds. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Daimler test track. On pole we've got the driver at the Foz 84, cruising in a 1998 Aeros a 19. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with the Thor leading the pack, followed closely by Rowdy Zerolf in second place. I am sitting comfortably in third, ready to cause some chaos. Rowdy Zerolf takes the lead, moving up to first place. Hikori Hamzan and Maya are nose-to-nose for third. Princess Wildface and ADL are locked in a close fight for eighth. Schmerzenlieb is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Filthy Old Guy just nudged into 4th place, inching closer to the front. Princess Wildface is making a move, now in 7th after passing 2 cars. Layum is dropping back to 15th place. Maya and the Foz 84 are nose-to-nose for second. Idealiv is climbing to 8th place, 1 spot at a time. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap to the leader. Layum is gaining on Rosaris, chopping down the time difference by over 3 seconds. Hikori Hamzan advances to 4th place. Princess Wildface climbs to 6th. Princess Wildface and Filthy Old Guy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Amy just sneaked into 6th place. Adilili is closing in on Princess Wildface, the gap shrinking by a second and a half. Schmerzenleber and Crystal 33 are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Princess Wildface is gaining on Amy, and the gap is shrinking fast. Leum is closing in on Rosaurus with a solid push. Princess Wildface is in 9th place with a Sauber C17. Looks like she's climbing up the ranks, currently ahead of a few but still chasing the top. The F1 1998 cars seem pretty evenly matched on this track, with no clear advantage. The tight standings suggest the track and car class favor driver skill over raw speed. Schmerzenlieb is currently in 15th place, so they're hanging out near the back. Their Prost P01 isn't making much noise in the race so far. Reiko Haruji is driving a McLaren MP413, which is known for its speed and agility. Their race looks tough with no recorded lap times, likely indicating they haven't set a valid lap yet, or are stuck in traffic. Rosaurus is driving the Minardi M198, which is known for its lightweight and agility, but lacks top speed. Their race seems steady, currently in 15th place, just hanging around without much drama. Princess Wildface is climbing to 6th place. Adelieve and Amy are still neck and neck for 7th. Crystal 33 is advancing to 10th place. Filthy Old Guy is climbing to 4th place. Crystal 33 is now in 8th. TPKPA has moved into 9th. Reiko Haruji and Schmetzenleg are neck and neck for 11th place. Rosaurus is sneaking into 12th. Leum is climbing into 15th. Congratulations, Rowdy Xerolf. Looks like you left everyone in the dust at Daimler Test Strip. Clearly, you're the one to beat. Congratulations to Rowdy Xerolf on winning the race. Well done. You're the one to beat today. Impressive driving there. And a big shout out to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. Looks like that Prosta P01 will be quite the classic to add to the collection. Amy, with your bet race victory, you've earned the Stewart SF02. Both of you are now the proud owners of some pretty cool rides. Who's next to challenge the AI? Sure thing. A fun fact about the Chang track is that it's known for its challenging curves and elevation changes that really test the driver's skills. It's like the roller coaster of race tracks, but for cars. The designers definitely wanted to keep the drivers on their toes, and it's always a spectacle to see who can master those tricky sections. Alright everyone, time is running out to pick your favorite car. Make sure to get those choices in before the countdown hits 0 so you don't miss out on the fun. Let's see which car will dominate the race. Ooh, this is a pretty classy showdown. Queen Manda with the Mercedes-AMG GT3 versus Adanut 44 with the Bentley Continental GT3. Both are sporty and fast, but the Mercedes is known for its sharp handling and agility. Meanwhile, the Bentley might have a slight edge in comfort and power, but it's not quite as nimble. I'd say Queen Manda's Mercedes might just have the upper hand here, especially on a technical track like Chang. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing, so who knows, maybe the Bentley will surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Chang Track. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is starting on pole in a 2011 Chevrolet Camaro G3T. Let's see if that classic muscle can hold its lead. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is right behind in second place. I am holding strong in third, but expect some fierce battles ahead. A better bloke is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 26. Amy just nudged into the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose-to-nose for second place. Looks like a close fight. A better bloke is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Maya and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to tail for second place. Lilac is inching forward, now in fourth. Rampage is climbing up to 5th place. Girl of Diamond is also moving up to 8th. Uncanny Buddy and or Rogue are locked in a close fight for 19th. Connor Malady is driving a 2006 Peugeot 308 in the TCA class. They are currently in 17th place, just ahead of Max Spirally. Looks like a steady race, but no major moves yet. Jordan F is climbing fast into the top 11. Chris Gopher is also making progress into the top 14. Queen Monda is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Brogy placed 58, and Jester owned 133,796 are nose-to-nose for 6th. Abata Bloke just gained 1 spot to 22nd. Prodigy place 58 is climbing nicely to 5th place. D. Davis and Girl of Diamond are nose-to-nose for 8th. While CB and Butchicero are locked in a close fight for 24th. D-Thirds just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Jordan FF and Uncle Tobin are nose-to-nose for 12th. While CB and Butchicero are locked in a close fight for 24th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just snatched the lead, leaving everyone else in the dust. Maya is climbing up to 2nd place, inching closer to the top. Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Looks like a battle for the podium. Amy is making a strong push to the front. Uncle Tobin is climbing steadily to 12th place. Jordan F and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Chris Gopher is climbing to 14th place. Tim Borghini Tuba is making a move to 16th place. Dor Rogue is advancing to 17th place. Queen Monda just gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Girl of Diamond and Queen Monda are nose-to-nose for 10th. Connor Malady has climbed 2 positions and is now in 16th. Max Spirally is climbing up to 16th place. Welksy B and Lakaijo neck and neck for 23rd. Ovidus is also making progress, now 25th. Yesterone 33,796 is gaining on runner page, closing the gap by a second and a half. They are nose to tail for 6th place. While CB and Lakaiju are also battling hard for 23rd. Prodigy place 58 is climbing to 4th place. Ronnie Rampage is now 5th. Deferrets is making a move to 6th, jumping 2 spots. Lindy Luck is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 5th place. Jordan F and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 12th. Toucan's Flora is closing in on the Kaiju, chipping away at the gap by 3/30 seconds. Jordan F is driving a 2012 Audi R8L 8LM's Ultra, a solid choice for speed and handling. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top GT3 contenders. Looks like they're holding steady but need a bit more pace to climb higher. Waxy B is climbing to 22nd place. Ovidos is right behind in 23rd. Bucci Zero is narrowing the gap with a better look, cutting it down by a second. Wow! Amy just took the victory. Looks like all those practice sessions paid off. Well done! Wow, Amy! You really showed everyone what you're made of. Congrats on winning the race. And with that fastest lap, you've got your hands on that slick 2011 Ferrari 488 GT3. Not too shabby at all. Who's feeling lucky next? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Brasilia Oval Circuit, I would probably go with the 2020 Lamborghini Sienna FKP 37. Its hybrid powertrain and advanced aerodynamics give it a real edge for those twisty turns and straightaways. Plus, it's got that aggressive style that screams I'm here to win. But hey, in a race like this, anything could happen, especially with AI behind the wheel. So buckle up and let's see who crosses the finish line first. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see these cars battle it out. Get your choices in before the clock runs out. Well, this is quite the old versus new showdown, isn't it? The Corvette C2 Stingray from 1967 is a classic muscle car, known for its raw power and timeless style. On the other hand, the Ferrari 575M Maranello from 23 is a more modern grand tourer with advanced technology and sleek design. Thinking about it, the Corvette has that vintage charm and might have an advantage in pure acceleration on the oval. But the Ferrari's refinement and likely better handling at high speeds could give it the edge here. Honestly, I'd probably put my chips on the Ferrari. It's a more advanced machine overall. And that usually makes a difference in a race like this. But hey, with AI drivers anything can happen. Let's see if the Ferrari's sophistication outmatches the Corvette's nostalgia. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at the Brasilia Oval with the combined supercars class. Mobius is on pole position, driving a 2021 TVR Tuscan S. Let's see if that classic can hold up against the modern machines. Mobius has taken the lead right out of the gate. And Body Notes is holding strong in second place. Meg's Boring Life is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Meg's Boring Life just overtook someone to take second place. Leech Mepsi is closing in on the top 5. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a move up to 7th. And it looks like Cloud Surfer 69 and Caravanin are locked in a tight fight for 6th. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a strong push, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yasnin 196 is also climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to sit in 6th. Yesterun 33,796 and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 4th position. Jill Lone Wolf is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Bobardo is making a move to 11th. Violetta Mama is gaining ground, now in 13th after overtaking 5 cars. Mika Broadcast advances 1 spot to 4th place. John Wolf and Gesterone 33,796 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Bobardo climbs 2 spots to 9th. Violetta Mama is on a roll, climbing to the 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nico Broadcast is gaining ground on N Body Notes, closing the gap by a full 1.2 seconds. John Wolf is making a move up to 6th place, inching closer to the leaders. Violetta Mama is on a roll, climbing to 7th place, overtaking 3 cars. John Wolf is inching up to 5th place. Bobardo is also moving up 1 spot into 8th. The race is heating up. Violetta Mama is now in 6th place. Donguts on 30 has climbed to 12th. Nolavi has moved into 13th. Violetta Mama is gaining on Dae-Joon Wolf, closing the gap by 1 second. Bobardo is also making moves, closing in on Cloud Surfer 69 by 1 second. Donuts on 3 has climbed up 1 spot to 11. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 5th place. Nulavi is now 12th. Mafia Mavi has advanced to 17th. N-Body Notes is closing in on Meg's Boring Life fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Bobardo just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Donnerts on 3. And Gesterone, 133,796, are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Mika Broadcast is climbing up to 3rd place. Violetta Mama is narrowing the gap to N-Body Notes by 3.3 seconds. Yesnin 196 is chipping away at Cloudsurfer 69, closing in by 1.1 seconds. Violetta Mama is climbing to 4th place. Mafia Maviende are locked in a close fight for 16th. Naibe is advancing to 19th. Violetta Mama is gaining on Miko Broadcast, closing the gap by over a second. They are locked in a fierce battle for 3rd place. Mafia Mavi is climbing up, moving into the 16th position. Meg's Boring Life is driving a Chevrolet Corvette C6ZDR1, starting from 3rd place. They're currently in 2nd, closing the gap on the leader with a fastest lap of 1:4.369. Looks like they're pushing hard to overtake Mobius. Meg's Boring Life and the Mobius are nose-to-nose for the lead. Mika Broadcast is climbing up to 3rd place. N-Body Notes is also on the move. Now, in 4th. Meg's Boring Life and the Mobius are nose-to-nose for the lead. Bobardo and Dijon Wolf are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Cloudsurfer 69 just snuck past someone to climb into 7th. Maya is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Keruvanin is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Meg's Boring Life has claimed the top spot, moving up 1 position. Wow, Meg's Boring Life really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Meg's Boring Life really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. You totally earned that victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Monza Vintage Junior Circuit, I'd probably go with the 1982 Lancia 37 Stradale. It's got that rally heritage and turbocharged punch that could give it an edge on a twisty, technical track like Monza Vintage Junior. Plus, with its lightweight design, it might slice through corners a little faster than the heavier, more Luxo-focused options. It's definitely the wild card that could surprise everyone and take the checkered flag. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which machine will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your choice so we can get this show on the road. Hey there, Deplorable. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some epic AI car racing action. Sit tight and enjoy the ride. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Rex Nizerer in a classic Porsche 911 SC from 1983. That's a real powerhouse with some serious racing pedigree. On the other hand, Catgirl TM is in a 1985 Toyota Corolla 11, which is more known for its reliability and simplicity than outright speed. Given the cars, I'd say Rex Nizerer has the edge here. The Porsche is built for performance and agility, especially on a track like Monza Vintage Junior, where sharp handling and power matter a lot. The Corolla 11 is fun and dependable, but it might struggle against the Porsche's raw speed and driving dynamics. So my bet is on Rex Nizerer taking the win. But hey, never underestimate the determination of a Corolla. It could surprise us yet. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Monza Vintage Junior with Agrids 34 leading the 1984 Renault 5 Turbo. So buckle up for some nostalgic speed. Red Panda Manini 4 has taken an early lead, with Agrids 34 right behind in second place. Buffini 19 is currently in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still close, so expect some early moves. Deplorable is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Beef Sliders and Deplorable still neck and neck for that spot. Maya is advancing one position to 9. Maya and the Hyper 7 are locked in a close fight for 8. Deplorable is really closing the gap on Ventistaps and Bonkakes. Just a second and a bit behind now. They're battling hard for the 4th spot. Maya is climbing up nicely, jumping 2 places to 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Deplorable is climbing to 4th place. Beef Sliders is now 5th. Dehyper 7 is making a move to 8th. Amy is trying to overtake Unclearly Gaming for the 16th place. They're neck and neck. This could get interesting. Mistake is climbing up to 9th place. Rekoharuji has also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Zikapal and Rekoharuji are nose to nose for 10th place. Hinfatig is climbing up to 11th place. Animaxagarax is slicing into Sikapal's lead, now just a second behind. Amy and Rexnizzer are nose to tail for 15th. No room for mistakes. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Hinfatig and Rikoharuji are nose-to-nose fighting for 10th place. Amy has gained 1 position and is now 15th. Deplorably, Apple is climbing to 3rd place. The Hebra 7 is inching closer to Antiatapsambong 6, closing the gap by over a second. Hinfatig is making a move, now in 10th. Maya is currently in 8th place with her 1982 Lancia 037 Stradale. She's been steadily closing the gap and has the 2nd fastest lap time among her group. Looks like she's got some fight left. Nestek is closing in on Aki Tabsambongkix, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Hinfatig and Nestek are locked in a tight battle for 9th place. Anaxagarax is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Hinfatig and Nestek are nose to tail for 9th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now 13th. Sherogamaretsa also moved up 1 spot to 14th. Agrids 34 is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984. They're holding 2nd place and just slightly behind the leader. Looks like they're keeping it cool, but the gap could close if they push a little more. Hinfatig is climbing up 2 spots to take 8th place. Ventis Tapsumbongdx and Hinfatig are nose to nose for 8th. Riko Haruji and Mystek are locked in a close fight for 10. Riko Haruji is climbing nicely into the top 10. Amy and Anaxagarax are still neck and neck for 12th place. Rexnsira and Sikapol are locked in a close fight for 15. Anaxagarax is closing in on Amstek, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rexnsira is climbing up 1 spot to take 15th place. Uncli Gaming and Sikapol are locked in a tight battle for 16th place. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Mystek is now in 10th. Radogamarasa has moved into 13th. Sherogamerasa is holding his ground just ahead of Amy, but she's closing in. Amy is trying to make a move on him into the next corner. Sherogamerasa keeps his line tight, not giving her an inch. Agrids 34 just overtook someone to take the lead. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Agreds 34 are nose to tail for 1st place. Sherogamerasa climbed 1 spot to 13. Sherogameretsa and Anaxagarax are fighting hard for 12th. Congratulations, Red Panda Manatee 4. You must have been practicing your victory dance after that win at Monza Vintage Junior. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Red Panda Manani 4. You really stole the show and crossed the finish line first. Well done. And a big shout out to Maya for the most overtakes today. That's quite the feat. You've earned yourself that classic 1982 Lancia 037 Stradale.OLET. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Get those final votes in before the selection button disappears, and we're stuck with whatever car the AI picks for us. Hurry up and make your choice. Oh! This is a classic battle of the vintage beasts. The Jaguar XJ13 is a stunning classic, but it's more of a grand tourer than a racetrack champion. On the other hand, the McLaren M6 GT from 1970 has that roll racing pedigree, especially with its lightweight design and race-bred engineering. Given the setup, I'd say Nive's McLaren might have a slight edge in agility and speed around Knutstorp. But don't count out Silhouette's Jaguar just yet. It could surprise us with some unexpected flair. We're in for a fun race regardless. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Knutstorp with Matrixco on pole, driving a sleek 1968 Alfa Romeo T33 Longtail. Let's see if that classic can hold off the competition. Matrixco has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Rome Spider is right behind in second, and Defactor is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Silhouette is climbing nicely to third place. Maya is gaining ground to fourth. Amy is inching closer to the top 10. Lotusos just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Nyada Toro Tepna 98. and Lotusos are nose to nose for that same spot. Unstabil and Nyarlathotep Tap 98 are also fighting hard for 15th place. D-Factor and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Stephen Brinkley has gained 1 spot to take 10th. Nyarlathotep 98 is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 14th. Lotusos is driving a vintage McLaren M1B from 1966. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Kingwood just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Nyarlathotep 988 and Yesen 106 are nose to tail for 13th. Queen Monda is driving a 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco, a vintage ultralight. She's currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any major moves yet. Lotusos is driving a 1966 McLaren M1B, a classic vintage ultralight. Their race looks steady, hanging around the middle of the pack without major drama so far. Buckyboard is driving a 1966 Porsche 906, a classic racing car known for its agility and speed. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling a bit compared to others. Cloudsurfer 69 is racing a 1966 McLaren M1B, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They're currently in the middle of the pack, but have a quick lap time, so they might be moving up soon. Rome Spider is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet Dot. They're holding 2nd place and have the 2nd fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard but not quite catching the leader. Naibe is now in 4th place. D-Factor is right behind in 5th. Their nose to tail looks like a little battle brewing. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy is chipping away at D-Factor, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Queen Monda is making her way up to 9th place, gaining 1 spot. Metrixco is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to finish at the top, unless something unexpected happens. Cloudsurfer 69 is racing a 1966 McLaren M1B, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They are currently in the last place among the vintage ultralights, trailing behind with the slowest lap of 1 minute, 11 seconds, and 526 milliseconds. Stephen Brinkley and Kingrit are nose to tail for 10th place. Nyarlathotep 98 just gained 1 spot to 13th. Yesen 126 and Nyarlathotep 98 are fighting hard for 13th. Naibe just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Silhouette and Naibe are nose to tail for 3rd. Buckyboard is closing in on Stephen Brinkley, now just 3 seconds behind. Congratulations to Matrix Go on their victory. Looks like they really drove away with it. Well deserved. Wow, congratulations to Matrix Go on winning the race. You really showed the AI drivers who's boss. As for everyone else, fantastic effort out there. Naiba, you've got some excellent news. Since you won the bet race, you get to claim that beautiful 1970 McLaren M6 GT, a real classic from the prototypes of 1960. Plus, with the most overtakes, you're also entitled to the same stunning car. Looks like you're the big winner today, both in skill and style. Sure. Did you know that the Grindelwald track is famous for its stunning mountain scenery? That almost makes you forget you're watching a race and not a postcard? It's like the cars are trying to race through a live landscape painting. And honestly, I think the scenery might be more intense than the competition sometimes. Alright folks, time's running out. Make your picks now if you want your favorite ride to make a splash in this race. Don't let your chance slip away or you'll be stuck watching whatever the AI throws out there. Alright, both these cars have some serious character. But if I had to wager, I'd say Senator Savage with that classic Mercury Cougar might have the edge here. The Cougar has that raw muscle feel, especially on a tricky course like Grindelwald. Gaming Tofai Kansas, BMW CSL is a fantastic machine, no doubt, but it's more refined and perhaps better suited for smooth tracks. Still, hey, it's all about the driver's AI and how it handles the mountain curves. Let's see which one's got the guts. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Grindelwald, and leading the pack is Marcus in a classic 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. He's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if someone's got a trick up their sleeve. Marcus has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Sophie is in third, not far off, but already feeling the heat. Sophie just overtook someone to move into second place. Wanga Tang7 272 is climbing up to 8th. Senar Savage and Wanga Tang7 272 are nose to nose for 7th. Senar Savage is storming ahead into first place. Orange Funk is not far behind, climbing through the field. Maricus and Orange Funk are nose to tail for second place. Looks like a battle is brewing. The track's tight corners are favoring the Group 4 cars, keeping the top positions close. The slower start might be a factor for some, but overtakes could come down to driver skill here. Maricus just overtook someone to climb into second place. Maricus and Senar Savage are nose to nose for the lead. Sofik is also making moves, climbing into third. Things are getting interesting at the front. Skex's Beau Prey is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maricus has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Sofik is right behind, also up 1 spot to second. Some board boy is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C20. They're currently in 5th place but seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Gravy Grave is on the rise, making quick work of 3 cars to land in 11th place. The OAT is closing in on Wanga Tang7 202, chipping away at the gap by 1.7 seconds. Skex's Beau Prix is climbing up to 10th, so the battle for the top 10 is heating up. Lock John 7 just swept through 11 cars to take the lead. Maricus is trying to keep up, but Lockjaw 7 is not giving up that spot easily. Over in the midfield, aiming in the Lightning Thief and nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Wanga Tang7 202 is on the move, climbing to 6th place. Zadamojijam and Orange Funk are both making their way up, overtaking 3 cars each to settle into 12th and 13th respectively. Zademoji Jamis is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Orange Funk is hot on their heels, also moving up 3 spots to 10th. Rondon 69 is not far behind, making a similar leap to 11. The race is heating up. Some board boy is making a move, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Lockjan 7 is closing the gap on Rondon 69, shaving off 6.4 seconds. Gaming Fight Cancer is hot on Lockjan 7's tail, closing in by 5.9 seconds. Lockjan 7 advances to 11th place. Gaming Fight Cancer climbs to 12th place. Wangatang 7 272 moves up to 13th place. BOR is closing in on Maya, and the gap is shrinking fast. Gaming Fight Cancer is making a move on Lockjan 7. Zookstakat is climbing up to 15th place. Looks like someone's got the momentum. Lockjan 7 advances to 10th place. Gaming Fight Cancer climbs to 11. Wangatang Sabin 272 moves into 12th already. Looks like the race is heating up. Zademoji Jamis is climbing to 8th place. Gaming Fight Cancer is making a move to 9. Wangatang Sabin 272 is advancing to 11. Amy is now just a second behind the Lightning Thief. Looks like a battle is brewing. Gaming Fight Cancer is right on Seda Mujijame's tail, less than 2 seconds behind. Wangatang 7272 is gaining ground on Lockjaw 7, closing the gap to under 2 seconds. Congratulations, Marcus! Looks like all those practice runs finally paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Marcus really pulled off a masterstroke there. Congratulations on winning the race, you truly earned that victory. Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Alright, here's a fun fact about Clark International Speedway for you. Did you know that this track is known for its fast straightaways and challenging turns? It's often called the Philippine Silverstone because of its layout, and the way drivers really get to open up their cars. Plus, it's built on a former US Air Force base, so you're basically racing on history. Just the kind of place that makes every lap feel like a trip through time. Wow, we've got some vintage racing legends here. Yagi Cat with that classic Porsche 909 Barrack Spider sounds like quite the slick machine, especially with its lightweight design and racing pedigree. On the other hand, Dr. Monkey 13's McLaren M1B from 1966 is a true racing icon, known for its power and agility. If I had to pick, I'd say the Porsche might have an edge in agility and handling on Clark's twists and turns, but the McLaren's raw power could give it a surprising boost in straightaways. Honestly, this one could go either way depending on how well the AI tunes these classics for the track. It's going to be a fun race to watch and see which vintage beast dominates the asphalt today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Clark International Speedway, and right on pole position is Bees McGee in a vintage beauty, a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. This car looks like it's ready to take a trip back in time and leave everyone in the dust. Bees McGee is shot off the line to take the lead. Chmagishat is holding strong in second place. Dr. Monkey 13 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Aisley just made a nice jump to 24th place. Kingrut is climbing steadily into the top 5. Amy and Kingrut are nose to tail, fighting hard for 4th. Princess Wildface is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take the 19th position. Kingrut is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd. Telescope Beam is making steady progress, now in 8th place. Lear Rizal and Telescope Beam are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Detoxments just gained a spot to move into 13th. Aisley and Gamington Fight Cancer are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Lear Rizal just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Telescope Beam and Lear Rizal are nose to tail for 8th. Naturalian Lucky and Vinha 17 are fighting hard for 10th. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up to 4th place, also gaining 1 spot. Telescope Beam is making a move up 2 spots into 7th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is trying to fend off Amy's advances. Rekoharu G and Kingrut are nose-to-nose for 5th. Naturalian Lucky is climbing, now in 9th, chasing the top 10. Rekoharu G and Kingrut are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Rogue and Telescope Beam are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Lear Rizal is climbing up to 9th, making a move. Rogue is climbing up to 7th place. Telescope Beam and Rogue are nose-to-nose for 7th. Vinha 17 is advancing to 11th. Vinha 17 and Naturalian Lucky are fighting for 10th. Vinha 17 and Naturalian Lucky are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Aisley just climbed 1 spot to 22nd. Bacorn also moved up 1 spot to 23rd, and is now in a close fight with Aisley for that position. Lear Rizal advances to 8th place. Vinha 17 also moves up 1 spot to 10th. Naturalian Lucky and Vinha 17 are nose to tail for 10th place. Vinha 17 is climbing up to 8th place. Telescope Beam and Vinha 17 are nose to tail for 9th. Detoxin and Sanai are locked in a close duel for 12th. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Jajamakat, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. The battle for 3rd place is heating up between Amy and Digikat. Jagichat is climbing to 2nd place. Reiko Haruji is closing the gap on Amy by 1.2 seconds. I'm moving up to 12th place. Naturally Unlucky is climbing up to 8th place. The Leskopine and Naturally Unlucky are nose to nose for 9th. Maya is making a move to 12th. Chosen's Coast is climbing up to 13th place. Athena CNC and Zap Brandigan are locked in a close fight for 25th. Detoxins is really having a rough time dropping to 20. Dor Rogue and Kingret are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Alwyn Storm is climbing up one spot to 14. Detoxins is dropping like a stone down to 29. The Leskopine is climbing steadily to 9. I am inching up to 10, just behind. Wing Storm is closing in on Naturally Unlucky fast enough to make it a race. Vinha 17 just snuck into the top 10, and Chosen's Coast is right behind, climbing up to 12. Amy is gaining on Dr. Monkey 13, closing the gap quickly. Bacorn has climbed one spot and is now in 23rd place. Congratulations Bees McGee on your victory. Looks like you were just too fast for everyone else. Well deserved. Congratulations, Bees McGee, on winning the race. That was quite the performance. Well done. And a big shout out to Amy for grabbing the fastest lap and earning the vintage Lola T290. Nice work. Maya, you're not far behind with the most overtakes, so you get the vintage Chinook Mark II. Looks like everyone's walking away with a shiny new car today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered speedster takes the crown. Hurry up and lock in your choice. Alright, here's a fun one for you. Did you know that the British Touring Car Championship cars are so tricky to master that even seasoned drivers sometimes struggle to keep up? It's like trying to tame a wild stallion on 4 wheels. These machines are packed with power, but they also demand finesse and a whole lot of skill to really shine. So, watching them race is like witnessing a high-speed chess match on asphalt. Alright folks, we've got double in a classic 1991 Nissan Primera P10 and Maracas in a 1998 Ford Mondeo. Now, considering the Buxton Rumbler track and the age difference of these cars, I'd say double might have the edge in handling and agility. The Primera Pen is known for its snappy response and lightweight feel, which could really help in tight corners and quick acceleration. On the other hand, Maracas in the Mondeo might have a bit more torque, but it's a heavier car, and probably not as nimble. Honestly, I'm leaning toward double winning this one. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen. It's all about who hits the marks and keeps their cool. Any bets? Alright folks, the race is underway at Buxton Rumbler, and leading the pack is Maya, in a classic 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. That's right, starting on pole and ready to show these newer rides a thing or two. Let's see if she can hold on to that top spot. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Maya in second place, and Maracas holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rosaurus is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place. Bioart just nudged into 7th. Bioart and Aminsan are nose to nose for 6th. Cloud Zephyr 69 just snuck past Kilo Giulietto to take the 16th spot. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. Stavigau Killiams is racing in 1991 Renault Clio. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Big Boy Bets is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Aminsan has also moved up 1 spot to sit in 5th. Double is really taking the scenic route back to the pack. The OAT is climbing up to 6th place, inching closer to the front. Broadsworth is right behind, grabbing 7th and making it a tight battle for those positions. Kilo Giulietto is driving a Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth from 1984. Their race looks tough, with the slowest lap time so far and currently in the last spot. Double is just behind Maracas and closing in fast. Maracas better watch out or Double might overtake him before the finish. The BTC cars are dominating the top spots with consistent lap times, showing their speed advantage on this track. The Group N cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with handling or power. The track seems to favor the more powerful BTC machine stitched. Amundsen is on a roll, climbing to second place after overtaking 3 cars. Kilo Juliet Delta is making a strong push, passing 6 cars to reach 10. Cloud Surfer 69 is also gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 11th. Zero Tim Alive is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 12. Maya is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by over a second. Catgirl TM is making moves, jumping to 5th place. Marty Freeze is on a roll, climbing to 12th place. Stabby Gale Killens is losing ground, dropping to 16. Bioart is inching forward to 5th. Frogsworth is climbing up to 7th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is chipping away at Cloud Surfer 69's lead, almost 4 seconds closer. Stabby Gale Killens is creeping up on Kilo Juliet Delta, closing the gap by a little over a second and a half. BOR is driving a 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just shy of 19 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Amin is now in 1st place. Mericus is gaining on Maya and is just 1.9 seconds behind. Vio Art is catching Mericus, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Wow! Amundsen just took the top spot again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Guess the race was just a warm-up. Wow, look at that. Amundsen took the win. What a surprise! Congratulations to them, that was quite the impressive display of skill. Or maybe just luck. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Great job! Sure. Did you know that the Autopolis Oida track is famous for its challenging nature because of its combination of high-speed corners and technical sections? It's often called a test of skill for drivers, but in our case the AI is making it look way easier than it actually is. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to do it. The countdown is almost finished, so make your choice before your favorite rides off into the sunset without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is a tricky one. Both cars have their charm, but the Parnelli VPJ4 is known for its innovative design and agility on certain tracks. The McLaren M23, on the other hand, has a reputation for reliability and steady performance. On Autopolis Oida, which has tight corners and good acceleration zones, I'd give a slight edge to the Parnelli because of its nimbleness. But hey, who knows with AI racing? It could go either way, so I'm excited to see this unfold. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Autopolis Oida, and leading the pack is its Sarah Ure in a classic 1975, March 751. Looks like they've got the pole position, and are ready to show everyone how it's done. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with its Sarah leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second place, and Arayu Serial holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Arayu Serial is climbing to second place. Ai Rafael is also moving up to fourth. Ai Rafael and Amy are nose to nose for third. Chris Gopher has gained 2 spots, and is now in 5th place. AD Leave and Chris Gopher are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Bunnies of Doom has moved up 1 spot to 8th. Bunnies of Doom and Down to Quest are closely contesting for 7th. AD Leave just overtook someone to grab the 5th place. Down to Quest and Chris Gopher are nose-to-nose for 6th. Vagala Set is climbing up to 10th. Bunny Softdoom and Down to Quest are nose to tail for 7th place. Bowser McVin for 183 just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Bethrelina and Maya are locked in a close fight for 13th. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 7th place. The race for 6th between Bunnies of Doom and Chris Gopher is getting intense. Bethray Lane is making the move, now in 14th. Arayu Serial just overtook the racer ahead, and is now in 1st place. Its Sarar is not giving up easily, staying close behind in 2nd. Ai Rafael and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Rafael is climbing up to 3rd place. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a move to 14th. Looks like some strategic positioning happening. Bethrelane is now in 12th place, climbing 1 spot. Kagan U20 place has moved up 2 spots, and is now in 15th. Maya and U20 place are still neck and neck fighting for 15th. Chris Gopher and Idili are nose to tail for 5th place. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 15th. Maya and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Chris Gopher advances to 5th place. Maya climbs 2 spots and is now in 13th. Aerofail and its Syrah are nose-to-tail fighting for second place. Maracus and Maya are locked in a close scrap for the 13th spot. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into third place. Rafael and Amy are nose-to-tail fighting for third. Balsamic 183 has gained a spot to be ninth. Balsamic 183 and Down to Quest are battling closely for eighth. Rafael is climbing fast, now in second place. Its Syrah and Aerofail are nose-to-nose for second. AD Leave is inching up to fifth, making moves. Maya is closing in on Edilive, and Christ Gopher is trying to overtake Edilive for the fifth place. Amy and its Syrah are still locked in a fierce fight for third. Chris Gopher just made a move. Now he's eyeing that fifth spot. Chris Gopher is climbing to fourth place. Bagala Svet has moved into 10th. Brenda Booster is now in 17th. Cloud Surfer 69 is driving a Penske PC1. They're currently in 15th place and have the slowest lap time among the top 15. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wow, Ariu cereal really pulled off the win. Guess all those cereal boxes paid off. Wow, Ariu cereal really pulled through and took the win. Congratulations to them. Looks like all that breakfast cereal practice paid off. Great job crossing that finish line first. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Oschersleben is known for its fast corners and technical sections, so a car that can navigate those twists and turns smoothly would have the advantage. High speed is important, but being able to stick to the road and maintain control is what really counts here. Acceleration and braking performance also play a role, but it's the car's cornering ability that will make or break its chances in this race. Alright everyone, time's almost up, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's your moment. Don't let your chance to root for that sleek, speedy machine slip away. Hurry up before it's too late and you miss out on the action. Oh wow, we've got quite the vintage versus modern matchup here. The Dreamkeeper's driving a 2004 Gillet Vertigo, which is essentially a classic underdog with some serious attitude. But let's be honest, that car's age could either make it a cunning old fox or just a bit out of its league against the sleek, newer Panos. a Bruzzy GT2 that Frogsworth is in. Given the car choices, I'd lean toward Frogsworth's Panos. It's more recent, likely has better handling and technology on its side. But then again, the Dreamkeeper's experience and cunning could surprise us. So I'd predict Frogsworth's Panos crossing the finish line just a tad ahead, unless the Dreamkeeper manages to work that vintage charm into a surprise victory. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Oschersleben, and right on pole we have the Dreamkeeper in a 2004 Gillet Vertigo. Could this vintage beast surprise us all? Stay tuned. Frogsworth has taken an early lead, holding the first place. The Dreamkeeper is right behind in second, and Bunnysoft Doom is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a close battle already. Colnetwi is now in 5th place. Amy is closing in on 7th place. King Chu 22 and Amy are neck and neck for 7th. Colnetwi and Idia Live are neck and neck for 4th place. Gaming Tophi Cancer just climbed 1 spot to 10th. Nexa Rolnoval and Gaming Tophi Cancer are battling hard for 10th. Nulavi is in 16th place with a 2017 Audi RS 3 TCR. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race seems pretty tight up front. The GTS cars seem to be dominating with the top 2 spots, probably thanks to their power and handling. The TCRs are spread out, showing less consistency. The track favors the faster, more agile cars. The tight corners and short straights at Oschersleben are keeping the pack close, making overtakes tricky and favoring drivers with good handling skills. Bunnysoft Doom is holding on to 2nd place by a thin margin. The Dreamkeeper is trying to find a way around. Myself and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th place, with no clear winner yet. Bunnysoft Doom is climbing up to 2nd place. King Shoot 22 and Amy are nose to nose for 7th. Amy is stuck in 8th place with a Dodge Viper GT2cc. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any moves yet. The tight corners at Oschersleben are shaking up the order, favoring drivers with good handling skills. Overtakes are happening in the twisty sections, not just straight line speed. Gaming Tophi Cancer is driving a 2015 Mercedes-Benz A45 AMG and is currently in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy is currently in 8th place with her Dodge Viper GT2cc. Her fastest lap is 1:38.549, so she's holding a steady pace, but still has room to improve. Bunnies of Doom is really pushing hard, closing in on Frogsworth. The gap shrinking fast. Less than a second now. This battle for first is getting spicy. The Dreamkeeper just sneaked into second place. Idealiv is chipping away at Bunnies of Doom, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Bunnies of Doom is making a strong push with the fastest lap. Looks like he's aiming for the top. Frogsworth is holding a tiny lead over the Dreamkeeper, but it's close enough for a dramatic finish. Frogsworth's faster lap suggests he's got some pace, but the Dreamkeeper isn't giving up easily. Still anyone's race. Frogsworth is leading in a 2013 Panos Abruzzi G2. The car's fastest lap is 1:35. Slightly quicker than the runner-up. Looks like Frogsworth is holding a steady pace and maintaining the top spot. Nulavi is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bunnies of Doom is closing in on the Dreamkeeper, closing the gap by over a second. Mimuidar is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 11th place. Nulavi is racing an Audi RS3 TC R, currently in the 12th place. They're a bit behind the leaders but holding steady in the middle pack. Frogsworth is leading in a 2013 Panos Abruzzi G2. Looks like they've got the pace with the fastest lap in the class and a solid lead. The race seems smooth so far. Idealiv is driving a 1999 Ford Mustang SVT SCA. They're currently in 4th place, but their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the front runners. Panos Abruzzi GT2, a lightweight, high-performance race car. Looks like they're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap so far. Race seems smooth for now. Bunnies of Doom is really pushing to catch the Dreamkeeper. The gap is shrinking fast. Looks like a tight fight for second place. Idealiv just snuck into 3rd place. Cometwi also climbing up to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Well, look at that. Frogsworth hopping to the top again. Congratulations on the win. I guess even the fastest frogs have their day. Wow! Frogsworth really pulled off a surprise victory. Congratulations to them! That was an incredible race. I can't believe they managed to cross the finish line first. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2018 Honda IndyCar might have a slight edge. Those Honda engines are known for their reliability and power, especially when pushing through complex circuits like Highlands Motorsport Park. Plus, with the right setup, it could handle the twists and turns a little better than the Chevrolet IndyCar. But honestly, in a race like this, it's more about the driver's skill. Oh wait, we're watching AI now, so I guess we just get to see which computer has the better algorithms. Alright, so Amy has quite an extensive racing history with 647 races under her belt, though her win count is around 36. That's not exactly dominating the field, but it's respectable. Being ranked 10th suggests she's competitive but maybe not the top of the pack. Story Forge, on the other hand, is a mystery for now. No stats, no rankings, no history. That's a little like betting on a dark horse, you never know when they might surprise you. Given all that, I'd say Amy might have a slight edge because she's proven herself in numerous races. But don't count out the unknown. Sometimes the mystery driver has a trick or two up their sleeve. So, my bet, I'd say Amy. But I wouldn't be shocked if the dark horse shakes things up. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Highlands Motorsport Park. Up front we've got Augs Wolfie in the pole position, driving a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like a solid start for them. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. The Lightning Keith has taken an early lead, with August Wolfie right behind in second place. Anarchizix is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks soon. Unstable and JC Productions are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Just Sanetf is climbing up to 11th. Just Tanave and Kickus Lady X3 are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Unstable just nudged into 7th place. JC Productions and Unstable are nose-to-nose for that spot. Lady Gami is climbing up to 11. Just Sanet is climbing to 11th place. Era Special is catching Devactor, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Honda drivers, but the Chevrolet cars are holding their ground, keeping the race interesting. Singoshi is in 10th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Singoshi is in 10th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding their position but not making any big moves yet. Scorched Log is driving a Chevrolet Indy car, and currently in the 15th place. Looks like they're just hanging around, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Donuts on the 3 is in 19th place with a Chevrolet Indy car. Looks like a tough race for them so far, barely hanging on. Oaks Wolfia is holding on to first place, but the Lightning Thief is right behind him. Anarchisix and August Wolfie are fighting fiercely for second place. This race is heating up. Kikas Lady X3 is driving a Honda Indy car, and is currently in the 10th place. Looks like she's holding her position pretty well so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Honda Indy cars, helping them stay close while the Chevrolet Indy cars are pulling ahead on straights. Story Forge is climbing up to 14th place. Scorched Log and Story Forge are nose to nose for that same spot. Donuts on 3 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 16th place. GC Productions is holding the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard. Looks like he's got the pace to challenge for a top spot if he keeps it up. The Indy cars seem well matched to this track, with most cars staying close in lap times. The Honda IndyCar drivers are slightly more spread out, while the Chevrolet group is tighter at the front. The track favors speed and handling, and the mix of car classes is keeping the race competitive. Donuts on the 3 is driving a Chevrolet Indy car, and is currently in the 17th place. Their fastest lap is 1:30.304, so they're holding a decent pace, but still fighting to move up. Wow! Oxwolfie really pulled through, didn't they? Big congratulations to them. That was some impressive racing. Who knew they had it in them? Can't wait to see what they do next. Wow, Oxwolfie just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Well done. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your chance or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you when your dream ride gets beaten by a toaster on wheels. Sure! Did you know that the Monaco track is so narrow and tight that even a tiny mistake can send a car crashing into the barriers? It's like racing through a twisty, glamorous maze, and somehow, it's still one of the most iconic circuits in the world. It's basically the superstar of street circuits with a little bit of a diva attitude. Wow, what a matchup. We've got our special in a Jaguar R1 and Nirab Starks in a Ferrari F1 2000. Both of these are classics from the same era but very different beasts. The Jaguar R1 was more of an underdog with some reliability quirks, while the Ferrari F1 2000 was a dominant force with incredible agility and speed on the track. Given the choice of cars, I'd put my money on Miserab Stark's Ferrari. It's probably going to slice through Monaco's tight corners with ease and hold a lead. But hey, surprises do happen when AI gets random sometimes. So, let's see who's really got the fastest circuits today. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Monaco and Shotskis is on pole, cruising in a classic 2000 Williams FW 22-2. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the others will catch up. Daisy Chance is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to second place. Maya is making a statement, overtaking 12 cars to land in 7th. Amy is gaining ground, passing 6 cars to settle into 10th. H2 Hove is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is making a move to 5th. Looks like Maya and Apex Milkbag are neck and neck for 5th. Exclusive Godox just edged ahead of Amy for 9th place. Amy and our Spatial are still neck and neck for 10th. Kilo Julieto and Meserab Starks are wheel to wheel for 12th. Amy is on fire, now leading the race. Cloudy is making a solid push, now in 11th. Wanabe Kiddo is dropping back down to 15. Anything else happening on the track? Kilo Julieto is on a tier, climbing up to 5th place after overtaking 7 cars. Shotskis is now in the lead, grabbing the top spot. H2 Hove is also making moves, now in 2nd place. Our Special is on a roll, climbing 4 places, now in 6th. Dicey Shines just gained 1 spot to 2nd. Maya is also climbing 2 spots to 4th. The race is heating up. The F1 2000 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but Monaco's tight corners favor skilled drivers over raw speed. The car class isn't making a huge difference, but handling and driver skill are clearly the key factors. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Guide Exclusive Gox is gaining ground, now in 7th. Cloudy is also moving up, now in 8th. Dicey Shines is driving a Williams FW22, starting from 3rd and currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're making a solid push, but still chasing Shotskis at the front. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Apex Milkbag has also moved up 1 spot into 4th. ER Special is right behind in 5th, also up 1 position. Dicey Shanes and Shotskis are nose to tail at the front. X just gained a spot and is now in 7th. Daisy Shines is now in 1st place. Maya has moved up to 2nd. Apex Milkbag is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Aspatio is climbing up to 3rd place. Exclusivogox is closing in on Apex Milkbag, the gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Kingwood has moved up 2 spots to 8th. Maya is currently in 2nd place driving a BR02. Her fastest lap is 1:27.154, which is quite competitive but still behind the leader. Looks like she's holding her position well. Kilo Julia Delta is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. ERS Spatial is now in 2nd place, inching closer to the leader. Apex Milkbag has also gained 1 spot, sitting comfortably in 3rd. Alright everyone, it looks like the AI had a bit of a rough time on the track, so we've decided to wrap up the race early. No worries though, the points for this race have already been tallied. So, congratulations to our drivers for their efforts, and stay tuned for the next race where maybe the AI will get a little more graceful. Wow, Daisy Shanes really pulled it off. Congratulations on the victory. That was a fantastic race, and you definitely earned that win. Can't wait to see what you do in the next one. Sure. Hey, did you know that vintage slow cars are so laid back, they could probably win a nap contest in the middle of a race? These cars might not be breaking speed records, but they sure know how to channel that classic charm and make every slow lap feel like a leisurely Sunday drive. It's like watching cars take their time and enjoy the scenery. If only we all could race at that pace. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your final picks before time runs out, and these AI racers are stuck with whatever they've got. Get those choices in now or forever hold your peace. Oh wow, this is a vintage showdown for the ages. Slitten's Liga Gaming's 1948 Packard 822nd Club has that classic charm and solid build. But let's face it, it's probably a bit of a slowpoke compared to the others. On the other hand, Anonymous Ninity 3's 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark on E might have that sporty edge and agility that could give it a boost around circuit, S and retro. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Anonymous Ninity 3's car just because it's a bit younger and generally more focused on racing performance. But then again, with a vintage car like that, you never know. It might surprise us with some unexpected grace. I'd say the Austin Healey has a slight edge here, But don't count out that Packard just yet. It's all about who can handle the curves better, and vintage cars always keep us on our toes. Alright everyone, the vintage slow cars are taking off at Circuit Assen Retro. Aetherplasm is on pole in a classic 1970 Triumph Spitfire. Let's see if those old school wheels can keep up. Mimida has taken the lead right out of the gate. Aetherplasm is holding strong in second place, and TPPA is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Timborghini Tuba is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. TPKA has moved up 2 spots to take the lead. Mirmuidar and TPPKA are nose to tail for the top position, making it a tight race at the front. Lisa Shibi advances to 3rd place. Lord Zakresby also moves up to 4th. Aetherplasm and Lord Zakresby are locked in a close fight for 4th. Just Platinum and Exception are nose to tail for 6th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing 1 spot to 13th, and Strutting Jarl is gaining 2 spots to 14th. Lisa Shibi just sneaked into 2nd place. Aetherplasm is closing the gap on Lord Secresby, now just 1.3 seconds behind. The fight for 4th place between Aetherplasm and Lord Secresby is getting pretty intense. Imbus Platinum is closing in on Aetherplasm, cutting the gap to just 1.5 seconds. They're battling hard for 5th place. Amy and Bleach Mepsi are nose to tail for 11. Looks like the fight is heating up everywhere. Lisa Shibi is chipping away at TPPA's lead, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Lord Secretsby is climbing to 3rd place. Imbus Platinum is making a move up to 5th. Amy is climbing to 11th place. Maya is advancing to 17th. Rentauri is pushing into 19th. The race is heating up. Simplamarkers is climbing up to 7th place. Ectoplasm and Simplamarkers are nose to tail for that spot. Anonymous Ninity 3 is also gaining ground, now in 12th. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 7th place. Starbucks and Cloudsurfer 69 are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is inching forward to 12th. Zimplamarkers and Aetherplasm are nose to tail for 7th place. Starbucks is climbing up to 9th, just 1 spot behind the action. Starbucks and Simplamarkers are locked in a close fight for 8th. Imbus Platinum and Mahmudar are neck and neck for 4th place. Strutting Jal and Amy are battling for 12th. Bleach Mepsi is closing the gap on Strutting Jal by 1.5 seconds. Imbus Platinum is climbing to 4th place. Exception is now in 5th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is making a move to 9th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Strutting Jarl also moved up one position and is now in 12th. Strutting Jarl and Starbex are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Looks like a close fight. Zimplamarkers and Aetherplasm are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Strutting Jarl just gained one spot and is now in the 12th position. Exception is climbing up to 4th place. Zimplamarkers is now 7th. Anonymous Ninity 3 has moved into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Lisa Shivi is closing in on TPPA, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 7th place. Strutting Jaw is moving up to 10th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is gaining on Ermiyudar, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Strutting Jarl has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Starbix has also advanced one spot to take 11th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Clouds are for 69. And K Boompa are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Timborghini Tuba just sneaked into 14th place. Timborghini Tuba and K Boompa are nose to nose for 13th. Bleach Map C is climbing up to 16th. Well, look at that TPPPA crossing the finish line first. Guess they really know how to leave the pack in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow, TPPPA really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations. You totally crushed it out there. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that in the all-random racing car class, every driver gets a surprise vehicle before the race starts? It's like a birthday gift that might be a sleek sports car or a quirky tiny one. It keeps everyone on their toes and makes each race unpredictable and a whole lot of fun to watch. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final choices before the countdown hits 0. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track? Get those picks in. Wow! This is quite the throwback against a modern machine. The 1968 Chevrolet Camaro is a classic, but I have a feeling the sleek and more agile 2016 ATIS 03 Nissan will have the upper hand. The Nissan's likely to be more performance-focused for this kind of race. Still, you never know. Sometimes those vintage cars surprise us with their raw power and stubbornness. I'd say the Nissan might just edge it out, but it's going to be a close call. Alright folks, Sharp Shotskis is kicking things off on pole in a trusty 1985 Toyota Celica Supra Dedote. Let's see if old school can outpace the new school out there. La Croissant 1980 takes an early lead. Wild Kevinone is right behind in second, and Shotskis is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Taknasti is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Team Tinatea is making moves too, now in 19th after a similar surge. Your Instinct and Shotskis are nose-to-nose for third. Looks like a battle for the podium. Merchikin Live is on the move, climbing 8 places now. Team Tinatea is also gaining ground, moving up 6 spots. Epic Sugar is dropping back, losing 12 positions. Maya is charging through the field, now in 6th place after overtaking 5 cars. Merchikin Live is climbing up to 11th after passing 3 cars. Wanabakido is making moves and is now in 14th after overtaking 3 cars. Tangaduki TTV is on a roll, climbing to 9th place. Wanabakido is also making moves, now in 11th. Trifanana T3 is sneaking up to 14th. Looks like a busy race for the mid-pack. Wanabakido is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 8th. Lady Gami just nudged into 3rd. And Maya is inching up to 4th. Looks like a busy race behind the leaders. Bunny's off Doom is closing in on Amy fast enough to make her wish she had a faster AI. Cloud Surfer 69 just sneaked into 5th place, probably feeling pretty good about that. Wanabakido is climbing up to 6th, leaving some behind and making the race a little more interesting. Taknasti is on the move, climbing to 5th place. Team Tinatea is also making the charge up to 7th. Tangaduki TD is gaining ground, now in 9th. Looks like everyone's eager to make a statement. Team Tinatea is climbing nicely to 5th place. Tangaduki TTV is also making moves up to 8th. Down Talkwist and Tangaduki TTV are really neck and neck for that 8th spot. Maya is closing in on your instinct, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Team Tinatea is gaining on Cloud Surfer 69, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Tanga Ducky DTV is climbing up to 7th place, leaving someone behind. Playdygami's gaining on Amy Fast, closing the gap by nearly 8 seconds. Team Tinatea has climbed 1 spot to 4th. Tanguducky TTV is closing in on Taknasty, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Merchicken Live is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Apex Milkbag is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to reach 10th. Cloud Surfer 69 is inching forward, moving up 1 position to 4th. Your Instinct is now in 1st place. Tangaducky TTV is gaining on Cloud Surfer 69, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Trifonenity 3 has moved up to 8th place. Merchicken Live is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Taknasty is hot on his heels, also moving up 3 spots to 4th. Trifonenity 3 is not far behind, making a similar surge to 5th. The fight for the top is heating up. Amy is gaining on Cloud Surfer 69 fast, cutting the gap by nearly 15 seconds. Wild Kevin is inching closer to Your Instinct, just over a second behind. Taknasty is creeping up on Merchicken Live, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Well, look at that. Your Instinct just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Nice job. Wow, Your Instinct really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race, champion. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since Autodromo Lago Maggiore West has lots of tight corners and quick turns, a car that can navigate those curves smoothly without losing too much speed would be ideal. Power is nice, but if your car can't stick to the track and change direction swiftly, you'll be stuck in the middle of the pack. So, I'd prioritize a balanced setup with sharp steering response and good cornering grip to really shine here. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure you pick your favorite car before the time runs out. Don't leave me hanging here with all these empty spots. Oh wow. Those are pretty iconic cars from the same era. But they each have their own personality. The Lotus 72C is known for its innovative design and excellent handling, especially in tight corners. The March 711 Ford, on the other hand, may have a bit more raw power but might struggle a little with finesse around this track. Given the track layout at Lago Maggiore West, which favors agility and cornering, I'd probably put my chips on Nonstop Doom in the Lotus 72C. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen. Sometimes the car with the flashiest history pulls through with a surprise win. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at Autodromo Lago Maggiore West, and leading the pack at the very front is Cobber in a 1971 Matra MS120. B. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position, or if the others will catch up. Cobber is leading the race with a strong start. Nonstop Doom is right behind in second place. Geruvin is holding on to third but expects some early action to shake things up. Super Siggy is climbing fast. Now, in 26th. Nonstop Doom is holding on to the lead. But Cobber is right behind, pushing hard for the top spot. Exception is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 7th. Kickaslidey X3 is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10th. Lazy Towner is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to settle into 15th. Underneath Chihuahua. Kilo Julieta is really having a rough time dropping back to 28th place. Hinfatig is climbing steadily, and now holds the top spot. Cobber and Hinfatig are nose to nose for the lead. Looks like a close fight. Kilo Julieta is closing in on Arlo Coast with a 7.6 second gap. Bunnies of Doom has climbed to second place. Marduk Eve is now in third. Keruvnin is closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta rapidly, just 14.2 seconds behind now. Kickaslady X3 and Bean Streams are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. These Shanes is climbing up, moving into 12th position. That new Mira is climbing fast into 10th place. Lazy Towner's right behind, pushing into 11th after overtaking 4 cars. U20 Plays is making a move into 14th, overtaking 3 cars. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. The Sedness Art Wu is closing in on Ajax, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mystic and Arlo Coast are locked in a fierce duel for 23rd place. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up the ranks, moving 1 spot to take 27th. Lazy Towner and Platinumera are nose to nose for 10th place. Raineki and Super Siggy are locked in a close fight for 25th. Zaprandigan just gained 1 spot to 27. Mystic and Arlocoast are locked in a tight fight for 23rd place. JC Productions is catching up to Kilo Juliet Delta, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Zaprandigan just nudged ahead of Reinecki for 26th place. They're nose to nose, so this could get interesting. Reinecki is climbing 1 spot to take 26th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is also moving up 1 spot to take 27. Looks like some steady progress. Zaprandigan is making a massive push, overtaking 27 cars to take the lead. And Fatigue and Zaprandigan are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Well, look at that. And Fatigue just took the victory. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Wow, Fatigue took the win. Nice job there. They must have some serious skill to come out on top. Congrats to them. I bet they're feeling pretty good right now. Sure, here's a fun fact for you. Group 5 racing cars were known for their wild and aggressive designs, often resembling actual race cars, but with a rebellious twist. They were so heavily modified that some of them looked like they belonged more in a science fiction movie than on the racetrack. It's like the car manufacturers decided to throw all the rules out the window for fun. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and those cars are eager to race. Don't let FOMO get the best of you. Get your choices in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the nostalgic showdown. Jimaxe with that classic 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo is definitely bringing some vintage flair to the race. That car is known for its agility and that turbocharged punch, so it could surprise us with some nimbleness on the track. On the other hand, Scrooge Champ with the 1978 Ferrari 512 BBLM is all about speed and power. It's a beast that's built for racetracks, and with that Ferrari badge, you know it's got stamina and raw horsepower that could turn the race into a speed duel. Honestly, given the car's specs, I'd lean slightly towards Scrooge Champ's Ferrari being the favorite for raw speed. But don't count out Gemaxiite's nimble Lancia. Sometimes a turbocharged classic can outmaneuver even the biggest powerhouses. It will come down to who handles the corners better on Snetterton. So, my gut says the Ferrari might edge out in the end. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Lancia pulls off an upset. It's all about the driver's skill. And here, well, these AI drivers are about as unpredictable as my coffee addiction. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Snetterton 300 and starting on pole is Naidi in a classic 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo. Let's see if that vintage flair can hold off the modern machines. Naibe is taking an early lead, followed closely by Cloudy and Gemaxiite. Looks like a tight battle already. Gemaxiite is now in second place. Axton Hits has climbed to 10. Nyala Totep 98 is in 12. The race is heating up. Jungjan Stort 102 is climbing to third place. Cloudy and Jungensis Stort 202 are nose to nose for third. Cherofa Kitten is making a move up to 16. Gemaxiite is driving a Lancia Stratos Turbo, a classic rally legend. They're currently in second place, closing the gap on Naibe at the front. Looks like a strong run so far. Yungan Store 2 and 2 is holding on to second place, but Gemaxiite is right on their tail. Zurich Gamingate and Scrooge Champ are swapping positions every corner for 6th, and Maya and Axton Hits are nose to tail for 10th, with neither giving an inch. Gemaxiite is dropping like a stone, now 11th place. Jungdan Stort 102 is climbing steadily, now in second. Cloudy is also moving up, now in third. Looks like a tight battle behind the leaders. Kaiosify is on a tier, climbing from behind to 6th place. Nyalato Tep 988 is closing in on Axton Hits, the gap shrinking fast. Atina CNC just gained a spot, now in 14. Gyogu Numericals just made a bold move to 11th place, overtaking 4 cars in a flash. Cherofa Kitten is climbing fast, now in 13th after passing 4 cars. Silver Gaming is also on the rise, now 15th after overtaking 3 cars. Silver Gaming is climbing nicely into the top 13. Wuchitsero is sneaking into the top 14. Beast McGee is making a move into the top 15. Maya is now 7th, climbing up 1 spot. Gemaxiite is narrowing the gap to Nyarlatho Pep 98 by 140 seconds. Cloudy is chipping away at Start. 102's lead, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya is climbing up the field, grabbing the 6th spot. Pace CR is making a move, taking the 15th position. Naibe is leading the race in a 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo Dotore. Their pace looks strong since they started at the front and are holding the top spot. Yungan Sisto 202 is narrowing the gap to Naibe by a second. Dank Nuggins is climbing up to 3rd place. Cloudy and Dank Nuggins are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd. Cloudy is climbing up to 3rd place. Sir Gate is making a move to 7th. Pace ERR is inching closer to the top 15. Kyosify is on the move, climbing up 3 spots to 17. Athena CNC now just 1 spot forward to 12th. Pace CAR is now in 13th place. Bees McGee has climbed to 14th. Silva Gaming is right behind in 15th. Looks like everyone's playing the upgrade game. Dank Nuggins is driving a Ford Capri Zaxpeed from 1980. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Axton Hits is racing a 1968 Pontiac Firebird in the vintage Trans Am class. Their race looks pretty slow so far. Currently in the last place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Naive just took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Well done. Wow, Naiba took the win. Congratulations on that fantastic race. You really drove it home. And for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you did an incredible job with overtakes today. The 1980 Ford Capri Zaxpeed Group 5 is all yours. Great effort. Oh! The Macau Gia track is basically the roller coaster of racing circuits. It's famous for its wild combination of tight corners, steep elevation changes, and narrow roads that make every lap feel like a high-stakes dare. Fun fact is the race dates all the way back to 1954, making it one of the oldest street circuits still in use today. Talk about racing history! Hey, Forsengo. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed chaos. Hope you're ready to see some cars race like they've got a vendetta. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Alright everyone, you've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the race starts. Make your choices quick, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow! This is quite the mismatch, isn't it? The 1998 Aston Martin Vantage Void 600 sounds like a proper beast, probably owns the track with its power and classic charm. Meanwhile, the Vauxhall Astra VX R from 26 is definitely spunky, but more suited for street battles than a high-stakes race on Macau's tight circuit. If I had to guess, I'd say Maya's Aston Martin is probably going to leave Kickass Lady X3's Vauxhall in the dust, especially considering the car choices. But hey, never underestimate the AI. It might surprise us all with some unexpected skill. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Macau Gia with Belescopeim on pole. He's in a 2005 Panos Esperant GTLM. So let's see if that classic makes a comeback, or if the newer cars catch up. Belescopeim has shot off the line to take the lead. Borsengo is right behind in second place, and Brando Buster is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle forming early. S's Davin Gaines is climbing up to third place. Borsengo is right behind in second, and Brando Buster is also in the mix for third. Things are heating up in the midfield. Davin Games is climbing to second place. Dragu and Brandabuster are locked in a close fight for fourth. Shoebox TV is advancing to sixth place. Kitten is on a roll, climbing up to 16. Shoebox TV just sneaked into fifth. Maya is gaining ground, now in seventh. Maya and Fragao are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Basketin TV just gained a spot to move into 13th. Gilukachu and Basketin V are battling for the same spot, both trying to outmaneuver each other. Basketin V is climbing to 12th place. Kitten is also moving up to 15th place. Silent Fox and 13 and Kitten are nose-to-nose for the 15th spot. The tight Macau streets are definitely favoring the early leaders with the best control, while the narrow corners are making overtakes tricky for everyone else. Kulukacho is racing a 1998 Mazda RX-7. Spirit R looks like they're holding steady in 15th place, not making any big moves, but staying in the mix. Calico Bunny is driving a 2001 BMW M3E46 GTR. They're currently in 19th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Bubote is on a tear, overtaking 10 cars and claiming the lead. Basket and Fee is making a solid move, climbing 4 spots to 8. Kulukacho is also on the rise, overtaking 5 cars to settle into 9th. Telescope Beim just overtook for the lead, now in first place. Esteban Games is right behind in second, closing the gap. This is turning into a tight duel for the top spot. Wolf of Aco is closing in on Base Kitten TV, cutting the gap by 18.5 seconds. Esteban Games has just taken the lead and is now in first place. Brando Buster is climbing up to 4th place. Shoebox TV and Brando Buster are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Jerafa Kitten just climbed 1 spot to 8. Kickass Lady X3 is closing in on Silent Fox to 113, shrinking the gap by over a second. They are now battling for 10th place, and it's getting spicy. Ragu is narrowing the distance to Girl Off the Diamond rapidly. Shoebox TV has just overtaken someone to sit in 4th place. Jerafa Kitten is gaining on Wolf of Echo, closing the gap by a couple of seconds. Welcome back, Everlasting Dapex. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed chaos. Get ready to see some virtual cars burn rubber, and maybe even surprise us with their skills. Wolf of Echo is gaining on Base Kitten TV, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. The Fox 84 is inching closer to Silent Fox 213, not giving up yet. Calico Bunny is making a move on Cthulhu Kachu, closing in steadily. Jerafa Kitten is catching up to Wolf of Eco. The gap shrinks to just over a second and a half. Ragu is closing in on Girl of Diamond, now less than 3 seconds behind. Bubote is sneaking up on Amy, closing the distance to just a second. Wow, Telescope Beim really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in Macau Gia now. Well done. Wow, S-Daven Games really pulled it off. Congratulations on that impressive win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Great job! Well, a fun fact about the Riverside Long Track is that it's known for its wild, unpredictable curves that even seasoned drivers sometimes forget how to handle. It's basically like the roller coaster of racetracks. If you don't pay attention, you might find yourself driving backwards before you know it. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't leave us hanging, or you might end up with the slowpoke in last place. Oh, what a classic showdown we have here. The Porsche 804 is a beauty with its sleek design and racing pedigree. But the Lola Mark IV Climax has a reputation for agility and a punchy engine. Honestly, it's a tough call. The Porsche might have the edge in stability and speed on straights, but the Lola's nimbleness could give it an advantage around Riverside's twists and turns. I'd lean towards the Lola just because it's known for handling tight corners better. But don't count out the Porsche for a surprise finish. This one's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Riverside Long. Waxy B is leading the pack on pole, behind the wheel of a classic 1965 BRMP 261. Let's see if the vintage charm can hold up. Waxy B has taken the lead right out of the gate. Borsengo is holding strong in second place. Darigus is sitting comfortably in third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Borsengo just snatched the lead from Waxy B. Yaboy Rwanda and Pumpkin of Glory are nose to nose for sixth place. Uniscott Leeds is driving a 1965 Lotus 33, a classic that's been making moves from the 14th position. Looks like they're trying to climb up the ranks, but the race remains tight. Abeta Bloke is chipping away at Daragos' lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gravy Graves is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Caffeinated Car is also moving up 2 spots, now in 13th. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 11th place. Super Sigi is sneaking into 13. Yunus Gottlieb is closing the gap on Gravy Graves, but still a long way to go. Gravy Graves is racing a Honda R272 from 1965. Looks like they're holding a mid-pack position, not making any big moves but staying steady. Maya is driving a 1961 Cooper T55, which is quite the vintage choice. Looks like she's holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any dramatic moves so far. Pumpkin Offler is climbing to 5th place. Telescope Biome is making a move to 6th place. Delphanity Beast and Telescope Biome are nose to nose for 6th. Waifuana is gaining on Caffeinated Car. The gap is shrinking fast. Yunus Gottlieb is closing in on Amy, not letting her breathe. Pumpkin Offler is gaining ground on a better bloke, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Super Sigi, closing it by 1.5 seconds. Yunus Gottlieb is catching up to Amy, also reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Telescope Biome is now just a second behind Pumpkin Offler. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Botgamoneng and Yaboy Rwanda are nose to nose for 8th place. This could get spicy soon. Botgamoneng just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Everlasting Apex has also gained a position and is now in 12th. Botgamoneng just overtook someone to take 7th place. Everlasting Apex moved up 1 spot to 11. Waifuana and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 11. Telescope Biome and Pumpkin Offler are neck and neck for 5th place. Super Sigi just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Waifuana and Super Sigi are also fighting hard for 12th. Gravy Graves is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11. Telescope Biome just nudged into 5th. Delphanatheist is sneaking into 6th, moving up 2. Everlasting Apex and Gravy Graves are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Yunus Gottlieb is inching up to 15th. Maya is closing the gap on Amy by 1.5 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is gaining on Amy and closing the gap rapidly. Telescope Biome is inching closer to a better bloke, not giving up yet. Belfane Beast is sneaking up on Telescope Biome. The battle is heating up. Yunus Gottlieb is gaining on Waifuan, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. 80 is slicing through the field, closing in on Juno Gottlieb by 6 seconds. Gravy Graves just moved up 1 spot to 10th, making a small but noticeable climb. Wauxi B is now in 1st place. Yaboy Rwanda is gaining on Belpainathy Beast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Caffeinated Car has moved up to 8th place. Yaboy Rwanda and Caffeinated Car are battling for 7th, and it looks like a close fight. Congratulations to Forsengo on winning the race at Riverside Long. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, KCB really pulled off a win. Nice job. Looks like their AI driver knows what it's doing out there. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the momentum in the next race. Here's a fun fact about the F1 2009 racing car class. These cars were some of the last to feature slick tires and ground effects aerodynamics, which made their handling a real challenge and a thrill to watch. They looked like sleek jet fighters on wheels, and required a lot of skill to control at high speeds. Plus, they were pretty much on the edge of technological innovation back then, making them a favorite for racing fans who love a good technical showdown. Oh wow, this is an interesting matchup. Both of these cars are from the same era, so it's really going to come down to how well the AI handles each vehicle. The Red Bull RB5 was known for its aerodynamics and agility, especially on tight corners. On the other hand, the BMW Sauber F19 had a bit more straight-line speed and stability. Since it's all about the AI's driving style, I might lean slightly towards Mr. Roche in the Red Bull, simply because that car was quite the beast on twisty tracks. But then again, Violetta Mama's BMW could surprise us with a sneaky good performance, especially if the AI exploits its strengths in acceleration. So, if I had to make a playful guess, I'd say Mr. Roche might just edge out a victory. But don't be surprised if Violetta Mama pulls a close second, and keeps us all guessing. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Dubai International and Carabinin is on pole. He's driving a classic 2009 Red Bull RB5, so let's see if that vintage spirit can hold the lead. Carabinin has taken an early lead, with Mr. Roche right behind in second place. Shoebox TV is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Amy is making a move, now in ninth place after overtaking 5 cars. Shoebox TV is climbing to second place. Violetta Mama is also moving up, now in 4th position. Gravy Graves and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 4th place. Buckyboard is climbing up to 7th. Buckyboard and Taknesty are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Revy Graves is climbing up to 4th place. Kyosify is also moving up, now in 9th. Amy and Kyosify are nose-to-nose for the 9th spot. It's their pair is now in 7th place, closing in on the top 6. Buckybud and its Therapur are nose-to-tail for 7th. Waldo has gained 2 spots and is now in 12th. Taknesty just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Violetta Mama and Taknesty are nose-to-tail for 5th. Kyosify and Buckybird are fighting hard for 8th. Kyosify dropping 9 places is quite the tumble. Its Therapur climbing 1 spot to 6 is steady progress. Buckybird and Violetta Mama are nose-to-nose for 7th. Looks like a tight squeeze. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Globuz Exo is closing in on Violetta Mama for 8th. Amy just overtook 2 cars to climb to 7th. Globus Exo climbs up 1 spot into 8th place. Violetta Mama and Global Sixa are nose-to-tail for 8th. King Malcolm Merckx and Waldo are neck and neck for 12th. Exclusivagox and Buckybird are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Cherofakitten has gained 1 spot and is now 15th. Kyosify is chipping away at Josh, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Taknesty is climbing to 4th place. Eosigox is now in 10th. Exclusivagox and Violetta Mama are nose-to-nose for 9th. It's their Aper is holding off Amy by a hair for 6th place. Globalxin and Amy are still nose-to-nose for 7th. Baldarex just gained 1 spot, now in 9th. Globals Exo is climbing 2 spots to take 6th place. It's their Aper and Global Scale are neck and neck for 6th. Buckybird is moving up 1 spot to 10th. Buckybird and Exclusivagox are fighting hard for 9th. Global Exo is closing in on Gravy Graves, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Matthewsaurus Rex is climbing 1 spot to 12. Kyosify is also moving up 1 spot to 17. It's Therapur and Global Soup are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Waldo just sneaked up 1 spot to take 13th. The Dubai track's smooth surface seems to favor the faster lap times for the front runners. But the tight corners are causing some overtaking chaos behind. Josh is driving a BMW Sauber F109 and is currently in the 18th place. His fastest lap is 1:23.881, so he's not exactly setting the world on fire, but staying competitive. Looks like he's holding his ground in the midfield. Its Therapur is holding on to 7th for now, but Exclusivagox is breathing down his neck. Amy is right behind them both, so expect some fireworks soon. Its Therapur is holding on to 7th place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Waldo and King Malcolm Merckx are swapping positions in the 13th spot. Looks like a close fight there. Globalitzel is climbing to 5th place. Waldo is pushing up to 13th. Shikomaru and Cherofifikitan are nose to nose for 16th. Matthew's Saurus Rex is holding off Violetta Mama by a car length. Kaiosify and King Malcolmerx are nose to tail, no room for error. Matthewsaurus Rex is climbing up to 11th place. Waldo is also moving up to 12th place. Kaiosify is making a move to 14th place. Wow, Kerubanen just took the win. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, what a fantastic win for Kerubanen. Congrats on crossing that finish line first. Looks like all those hours of coding and tuning really paid off. I guess all the AI drivers better watch out because Kerubanen just set the bar high. Great job, you totally earned that victory. Well, here's a fun fact about the 1967 F1 cars. Back then, safety was almost an afterthought. So those cars had minimal protection for drivers. Imagine racing at crazy speeds with almost no crash barriers or fire-resistant suits. It's like the Wild West of racing, where bravery was measured in how quickly you could slide across the track after a little bump. Quite the era for adrenaline junkies. Oh, this is a classic battle of the vintage giants. Rondon 69 with the Brabham BT24 is probably channeling some serious historic racing vibes. But that car's pretty much a straight-line missile, with plenty of character. On the other hand, Ira Special's Ferrari 312 is a legendary name, known for its agility and racing pedigree. Given the Boot International Circuit's mix of high-speed straights and tricky corners, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge thanks to its balance and handling. But hey, vintage cars always keep us guessing, don't they? So, buckle up for a potential shocker or a glorious display of history in motion. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Boot International Circuit, and rounding out the starting grid is Rondon 69 in the pole position, driving a classic 1967 Brabham B24. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the modern AI cars will give it a run for its money. Starting grid is set with Ear Special leading, Rondon 69 in second, and Imjust Platinum in third. Looks like a solid front row. Let's see if they can hold those positions or if the AI has other plans. Waifuan is on a roll, climbing to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Imnus Platinum and Rondon 69 are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Gamaster Team 1000 just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 6th. Forsengo is climbing up to 3rd place. Nine is right behind in 4. Jordan F and Master the Gamer 9000 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Jordan F is climbing fast to take 5th place. Imbus Platinum and Master the Gamer 9000 are locked in a fierce battle for 6th. Lokchon 7 is sneaking up to 8th place. Mr. Wolf J is climbing fast into 7th place. Mu Tuba and Imnus Platinum are locked in a close fight for 9th. Lux Ravenous is inching up to 11th. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 9th place. Lux Ravenous and Imdus Platinum are nose to nose for 8th. Uncanny Buddy is advancing to 15th. Lux Ravenous advances to 9th place. Mutuba and Imdus Platinum are nose to nose for 10th. Ixajax climbs to 18th. Mutuba and Imdus Platinum are nose to nose for 10th place. 2 Ps and a Podcast is inching up to 14th. Alzamic Vintwo 883 and 2 Ps and a Podcast are fighting for the same spot, 14. Mr. Wolf J is closing in on G Master the Gamma 9000 fast enough to make it interesting. Mutuba is climbing up to 10th place, leaving someone behind. Anaxagorex is also moving up, now 11th, making the mid-pack a little more crowded. Uncanny Buddy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13. Downtalk was just nudged into 12. Crystal 33 is closing in on Wei Fuan, cutting the gap by a 2.1. Rondon 69 is driving in 1967 Brabham BT24, starting from the pole position. They're holding on to 2nd place, so the race seems pretty smooth so far. V39 is driving a Ferrari 312 from 1967. They're currently in 4th place, so they're holding a solid position but haven't made any big moves yet. Vadio 9 and Forsengo are nose to tail for 3rd place. Mr. Wolf J is climbing 1 spot to 6th. Lockjam 7 is also up 1 position, now 7th. Two Ps and a Podcast is climbing to 14th place. Imdus Platinum and 2 Ps and a Podcast are nose to nose for that 14th spot. Amy is advancing to 16th place. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Jordan F, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hairstyle 33 is climbing up to 21st place, moving up 1 spot. Mr. Wolf J and Jordan F are nose to tail for 5th place. Anaxagorax and Mutube are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Ixajax just gained 1 position and is now 17th. Anaxagorax is now in 10th place, climbing 1 spot. Uncanny Buddy has moved up to 12th place, also gaining 1 spot. Amy is now in 15th place, making her way up the grid. Nista Wolf J just gained 1 spot, and is now in 5th place. Crystal 33D also moved up 1 spot and is now in 18th. Looks like Maya and Crystal 33 are nose to tail for 18th. Lux Ravenous is driving a Brabham B24 and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 7 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Wow, our special really did it. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, our special really pulled off an impressive win. Congrats! That was an amazing race performance, and they definitely earned that victory. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just an AI. Great job! Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, and then the race begins, with whatever chaos you've chosen. Hurry up before it's too late. Alright folks, this is quite the classic showdown. Akinoni's got the 1995 Volvo 850. That boxy beauty known for its durability, but not so much for speed. Meanwhile, Dicey Shines is behind the wheel of a 1998 Ford Mondeo, which is a bit sleeker but still not exactly a racing legend. Given the age and the car choices, I'd probably lean toward Dicey Kane's Ford, just because it might have a slight edge in handling and agility. But let's be honest, neither of these cars is going to break any lap records. So my money's on Daisy Chains, but don't be surprised if Akinoni surprises us with some vintage charm and a bit of old school grit. Let's hit that start button and see who comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race is live at Anadera Circuit International, and Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier. Who knew nostalgia could be so fast? The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Badazara in second place, and Oxwolfie holding on to third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Budatsara just overtook for the lead. Looks like he's got the momentum. Amy and Budatsara are nose to nose for first place. Akanona and the Critical Egg are battling hard for sixth. Bees McGee and Archeron 192 are nose to nose for ninth place. HP Loopcraft is inching up to 13th. Blackbeard is also climbing, now 15th. Indigo Pete and Ogswolfie are nose to tail for third place. Bees McGee just gained one spot and is now 9th. Blackbeard and Captain Canadian are locked in a close fight for 14th. Rinok T4 and Archeron 192 are neck and neck for 10th place. Blackbeard is climbing up to 14th. Girl of Diamond is also making moves, now in 15th. Ogswolfie and Amy are neck and neck for second place. Indigo Pete and Ogswolfie are locked in a fierce fight for third. Hot Bolognese just gained one spot and is now 19th. Ogswolfie climbs up to second place. Budatsara and Ogswolfie are nose to tail for the lead. Blackbeard is cutting down the distance to HP Loopcraft by over a second. Blackbeard and HP Loopcraft are battling for the 13th spot. Indigo Pete is climbing up to third place. Archerona 192 is making a move to 9th. Girl of Diamond and Blackbeard are locked in a close fight for 14th. Blackbeard is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying consistent. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Akanona has moved up to 6th. Archerona 92 is gaining on Daisy Chains, cutting the gap by a second. The Critical Egg is climbing up to 6th place. Akanona and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for that spot. Rinok T4 is inching towards the top 10. Akanona and the Critical Egg are nose to tail for 6th place. Bees McGee and Rinok T4 are swapping positions for 10th. Captain Canadian and Jazel Gaming are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Akanona just nudged into 6th place. The Critical Egg and the Cannon are nose to nose for that spot. Bees McGee is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Dicey Shans and the Critical Egg are nose to tail for 7th. Girl of Diamond is sneaking up to 15th. Dicey Shans and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for 7th place. Fishanks is closing the gap on Alexia Pshetisnati, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Akanona is climbing up to 5th place. Dicey Shans is making a move to 7th. Girl of Diamond is closing in on HP Lootcraft, cutting the gap by over a second and a half. Wow! Badadzera took the win again. Guess they're just too fast for the rest of the pack. Well done. Wow, Badadzera really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Great job staying ahead of the pack. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Road Atlanta GP has lots of twists and turns, so a car that can navigate those corners smoothly and quickly would have the upper hand. Speed is important, but if the car can't keep itself glued to the road around those tight bends, all that power won't matter much. Basically, a well-balanced car with sharp steering response and good grip would be the ideal choice here. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down and the excitement is about to kick into high gear. Make your picks quick, or you'll end up with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Time's almost up. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. Everlasting Apex in a 2003 Lamborghini Gallardo is definitely bringing some Italian flair to the race. The Gallardo is known for its sharp handling and speed, so they could be a strong contender. On the other hand, Caravannin in a 2001 TVR Tuscan S is also a wild card. Guys are notorious for their raw power and quirky agility. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Lamborghini might have the edge because of its more modern design and better aerodynamics, especially on a tricky track like Road Atlanta GP. But then again, don't count out the taboo. Sometimes those old-school British beasts surprise you with their flair and agility. So, who do you think will take the cake? Alright, everyone. Wauxi B is kicking things off on pole position in a 1999 Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR, racing in the 2000 supercar class. This is gonna be interesting. WOW has taken an early lead, with Koba right behind in second place. Drewer Files is holding strong in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Caribbean is charging through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Drewer Files is holding strong at the front, climbing 2 spots to take the lead. Bethreline is making moves, now in 3rd after gaining 1 position. Bethreline just snatched 2nd place. Everlasting Apex and Skozer are still neck and neck for 9. Looks like a close fight there. Skozer Obs is climbing up to 9th place. Billfield Guy has gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Girl of Diamond and Billfield Guy are nose to nose for 18th. Bethreline is now in 1st place. Captain Canadian and Crystal 33 are nose to tail for 5th. Karuvnan and Captain Canadian are also battling for 6th. Captain Canadian just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Crystal 33 and Captain Canadian are still battling for 5th. Everlasting Apex and Aethoplasm are nose to tail for 9th. Skozer Obs just overtook someone to take 7th place. Crystal 33 is right behind him, both fighting for 6th. Hell's Kank and a Wild Reno are nose to tail for 11. Keruvanin is climbing to 7th place. Mr. Wolf J is making a move up to 24th. JC Productions and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a close fight for that 24th spot. Skozer Ups and Keruvanin are neck and neck for 7th place. Everlasting Apex and Aethoplasm are trading positions for 9th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Hellskank are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is climbing fast, now in the 18th place. JC Productions is making a move, now in the 21st spot. Keruvanin just nudged up 1 position to 6th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is making a charge, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mafia Mavi has gained 1 spot, now in 13th. Billfield Guy also up 1 spot, sitting in 14th. The battle is heating up behind the leaders. JC Productions is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 16. Maya is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 27. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 14. WOW CB is really closing in on Drewer Falls, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Crystal 33 and Keruvanin are neck and neck for 6th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios just gained a spot, now 11. Wow, Bethreline, you really took the checkered flag. Nice job winning the race at Road Atlanta GP. Wow, Bethrailine took the checkered flag. Nice job, Bethrailine. Looks like all that AI racing skill paid off. Way to go! Here's a fun fact about the 1965 Honda R, a 272. It was actually Honda's first Formula One car, and marked their debut in the sport. Interestingly, it was powered by a V12 engine that was quite small, but packed a punch, which helped Honda earn their first podium finish at the Mexican Grand Prix that year. Not bad for a debut, huh? Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Make your choice before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage charm versus slightly older vintage charm. Aisley's car, the 1965 Cooper T77, is probably a bit more modern and agile compared to Begoldner's 1961 Cooper T55. I'd say that Aisley has the edge here just because of the slightly newer design and likely better handling, especially on a tricky track like Bahrain. But hey, with classic cars, anything can happen. So, I'm putting my chips on Aisley to take this one. But I wouldn't count out the T55 just yet. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bahrain and leading the pack right now is Kerouvanen in a 1965 Ferrari 1512. He's starting on pole and looks ready to make some moves. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Kerouvanen has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Lazy Towner is right behind in second, and Everlasting Apex is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. The Dreamkeeper is climbing fast into second place. Lazy Towner and Everlasting Apex are locked in a close fight for third. Akanona is making a move up to fifth. Aisley is on a roll, overtaking 7 cars to reach 15th place. The Dreamkeeper and Kerouvanen are neck and neck for the lead. Akanone just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 4th. Black Numera is climbing fast, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. The Dreamkeeper is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Hinfatig is closing in on Lazy Towner, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Cherufa Kitten is on the move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Caravinen, cutting the gap by just over a second. Akanona is hot on Everlasting Apex's heels, also reducing the gap by a second. Caravan is closing in on the Dreamkeeper, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Akanona has moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Senyahima is also climbing up 1 spot to 5th. Cherufa Kitten is having a tough time dropping to the back of the pack at 19. Henfatig is climbing steadily into 6th. Maya is making a move into 12th. Smurf20 is climbing up to 7th place. Lazy Towner and Smurf20 are nose to nose for that spot. Belthanat the Beast is making a move to 15. Belthanat the Beast and Frogsworth are locked in a close fight for 14th. Smurf20 is climbing nicely to 5th place. Lazy Towner is making a move to 7th. Abomuzi and Starbix are nose to nose for 10th. Akanoni just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. The Dreamkeeper and Akeshinoni are still nose to nose for the lead. Senyahima is climbing fast, now in 4th after moving up 2 spots. Hiruvanen is gaining on Akanoni, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Meanwhile, Smurf20 and Henfatig are also nose to tail for 6th. Smurf20 and Henfatig are nose to nose for 6th place. Starbix just gained a spot to take 9. Lazy Towner and Starbix are now fighting for 9th place. Henfatig is climbing up to 5th place. Lazy Towner is now 9th. Aisley has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Senyahima is really having a tough time, dropping 11 places to 15. Akanona is gaining ground on the Dreamkeeper, closing the gap by a second point to 2. Everlasting Apex is on the move, climbing 2 spots to take 4th. Starbix just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Aisley is also gaining ground, moving into 9th. Belthana the Beast and Amy are still locked in a close fight for 13th. Silhouette is gaining on Smurf20, closing the gap by a second. Belthanic the Beast is climbing 2 spots to 12. Frogsworth is moving up 1 spot to 14. Starbix is climbing nicely to 6th place. Aisley has moved up 1 spot to 8th. Silhouette and Edsley are nose to tail for 8th position. Looks like a close fight. Silhouette's on the move, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Henfatig is closing in on Everlasting Apex, chipping away at the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Smurf20 and Silhouette are nose to tail, fighting for 6th place. Aisley is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Smurf20 is climbing steadily into the top 6. Starbix is also making moves, now in 7th. Looks like some shifting happening out there. Smurf 20 is climbing to 5th place. Starbucks is now 6th. Silhouette is in 7th. Everyone's making moves today. Akanone is gaining on the Dreamkeeper, closing the gap by over a second. Silhouette is narrowing in on Starbucks, cutting nearly 3 seconds. Bel Planet Beast is climbing up to 8th place, making moves. Maya just overtook someone to move into 10th place. Abomsi and Maya are nose to nose for 10th. Tecate Guerdo is climbing up to 15th. Abomzi is climbing up to 10th place. Frogsworth and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 13th. Latinumera is making a move to 19th. Wow, the Dreamkeeper really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they were dreaming of victory and woke up to it. Well done. Wow! The Dreamkeeper really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. You must have some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just I. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak next round. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR might have the edge. It's got that legendary racing heritage and a reputation for being fast and agile on the track. And plus, with its aerodynamic shape and powerful engine, it might just outpace the others on that vintage circuit. But honestly, with such a stellar lineup, it's anyone's race to lose. Well, that's quite the vintage showdown we've got here. The Jaguar C-Type from 1952 is known for its agility and racing pedigree, but the Maserati 300S from 1955 brings a bit more power and flair to the track. It's like watching David and Goliath in classic car form. Honestly, I'd lean slightly towards Maracus and the Maserati for that extra punch. But don't count out Cthulhucachu's Jaguar Dirta. It might be sneaky, quick and nimble, slipping through the corners with elegance. Whoever wins, it's going to be a fun race to watch. We're in for a classic battle of style versus speed. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Alanta Harada Vintage Track. Lemon Cult Games is leading the pack on pole with a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300s LR. So get ready for some classic racing action. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Lemon Cult Games in second, and Wrath 92 holding on to third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. Wrath 92 is climbing to second place. James Nisk has advanced to third. Maracus is now in sixth. Mission Man is now in eighth place, climbing one spot. Maya is in ninth place, also moving up one spot. Maya is now in eighth place, climbing up one spot. Kyryukachu has also moved up one spot into ninth. The race is heating up. Wrath 92 is driving a Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR from 1955. Looks like they're holding the second spot comfortably, probably enjoying a smooth ride with no major threats so far. Maracus is driving a Maserati 300S, a classic racing car known for its agility. Their race seems steady in eighth place, but with the field tightly packed, anything can happen. Maracus just sneaked into the top 5. Kyryukachu is gaining ground on Maya fast, closing the gap by a second and a half. Your Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR is holding steady in 8th place. Looks like you're not making any dramatic moves yet, but the car's reputation for speed is still in play. Ashienritin is driving a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, known for its agility and classic design. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Cthulhucachu is sitting pretty with the fastest lap, but needs to find a way to move up from 9th. Lemon Coat Games is climbing to 3rd place. Maracus is now in 4th. Nexarumaval is knocking on the door of the top 5. Ashenritin is climbing to 6th place. Maya is catching up to 7. Cthulhucachu is inching into 8. Looks like a tight chase for those middle positions. RAF 92 is driving a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. They're currently in second place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Lemon Cult Games is gaining on RAF 92, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Asheneriton is hot on Nexaromoval's tail, making it a tight fight for that position. Lemon Cult Games is driving a Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR from 1955. They started in the lead and are currently in third place, holding a solid position, but not quite at the front. Maya's car is a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, starting from 10th place there into the East Gateway. She's currently in 8th, so she's gained a couple of spots. Her fastest lap is a 13.338, which shows she's pushing, but still has room to improve. The vintage cars are quite close in speed, but the track's tight corners favor the more agile Jaguars and Mercedes. Expect some overtaking opportunities soon. Maricus is now in third place. Nexaromava has moved into fourth. Asheneriton climbs into fifth. The race is heating up. James Misk is driving a Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage, a classic racing icon. Looks like he's holding steady in the top 10, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Asheneriton is driving a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, known for its agility and classic racing pedigree. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 1.941 seconds. Looks like they're keeping pace but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Wow, Amy. You really sprinted your way to victory. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really took that one home. Great job to Amy. They clearly know how to handle the race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since Autumn Ring Mini is a tight and twisty circuit, a car that can maneuver quickly through sharp corners and respond with precision would have the upper hand. Speed is important, but being able to control the car effortlessly around these small turns really makes a difference. Acceleration out of the corners also plays a key role. So a well-balanced combo of grip and responsiveness is what I'd value most here. Oh wow, this is a showdown of vintage legends. The Mercedes-Benz W154 is a powerhouse from the 1930s, known for its exceptional speed and engineering. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo 12C is a beautiful and agile car with a lot of racing history. Given the tight and technical layout of Autumn Ring Mini, I'd say the Alfa Romeo might have the edge with its nimbleness. But if the Mercedes can leverage its raw power and stable handling, it could surprisingly take the lead. Honestly, this race could go either way. It's a classic battle of brute force versus finesse. I'm leaning slightly toward the Alfa Romeo, but don't count out that vintage Mercedes just yet. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Autumn Ring Mini, and look at this! Maya's on pole in a sleek 1938 Maserati 8CTF, leading the pack in the Classic Grand Prix 1930 class. Let's see if she can hold on to that top spot. Maya is leading the pack right now. Yesterone 133,796 is in second place, trying to keep up. Dr. Keeps Appleway is close behind in third, but not for long if they keep this pace. Yesterone 133,796 and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Vargala Svet just slipped into third place, climbing one spot. Navlink's car is an Alfa Romeo 12C from 1937. Attomedes. Looks like they're holding steady in the 9th spot, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Cloudy is driving an Auto Union Type C, starting from 6th and currently in 5th. Looks like they're making moves and staying competitive. Bees McGee is driving an Auto Union Type D, a car known for its engineering innovation and speed. Looks like they're currently in 8th place, so they might be holding their own, or just waiting for a chance to overtake. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Navling also moved up one spot, now in 8th. Maya is leading her Maserati 8CTF, and she's setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control and pushing hard. Maya is leading in a 1938 Maserati 8CTF, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace and pulling ahead. The race seems to be hers to lose right now. Maya is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something crazy happens. Bees McGee is driving an Auto Union Type D, which is a pretty advanced car for this race. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Not much action yet, but they're hanging in there. Navin just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Navling and Amy are nose to nose for 5th. This is getting interesting. Amy is in 5th place driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12. C looks like she's a bit off the pace with her fastest lap, being over a second slower than the leader. She's holding her position but not making much progress. Navling is racing a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, a classic with a reputation for balance and agility. They're currently in 9th place but just moved up from 10th, so they're making some progress. Maya is leading in her Maserati 8CTF, starting from pole and setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's got the pace and the position to stay ahead. Navling's in a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12. C, starting from the 9th spot and already up to 6th. Looks like they're making some moves, but the race is not over yet. Oaksworthy is driving an Alfa Romeo 12C from 1937. They're currently in 9th place, just behind Cloudy and Beesmickey. Looks like a tight battle for that mid-pack. Oaksworthy is racing an Alfa Romeo 12C, which is known for its balanced handling and classic design. They're currently in 9th place, trying to catch up but still a bit behind the pack. Wow, Maya. You really sped past everyone. Nice job winning the race. Wow. Congratulations to Maya for taking the checkered flag. That was an incredible race. And Maya with the fastest lap. You've earned yourself the vintage charm of a 1938 Maserati 8C. TF nice. Who's ready to claim their shiny new ride next? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Autodrome Most No Chicane circuit, I'd probably go with the 1966 Shelby GT 350. It's got that classic muscle car vibe combined with a bit of racing DNA that could give it an edge on a track that favors straight-line power and agility. The others are great vintage rides, but the Shelby's reputation for performance and handling might just be enough to put it in front when the checkered flag drops. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. The Chrysler Valiant Charger and the Ford Falcon, both from 1972, so we're talking about some serious vintage muscle here. The Valiant Charger, with its sleek design and reputation for agility, could have a slight edge on a circuit like Autodrome Most No Chicane. But then again, the Ford Falcon is known for its raw power and reliability. If I had to throw my chips in, I'd say the Valiant Charger might just maneuver better through those turns and take the win. But don't count out the Falcon. It's got that brute strength that could make up for any finesse it loses in cornering. This one is definitely a toss-up, so I'm excited to see how it unfolds. Who do you think will surprise us? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Autodrome, most on a smooth, no chicane track. S7 Games is starting on pole with a classic 1972 Ford Falcon. Hold on tight, this could get interesting. S7 Games has taken an early lead. Biowat is right behind in second, and 5-0 Goy is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Sir Prothry is on a roll, climbing to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Calcon Bunny and 5-0 Guy are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Unistix just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th. Calcon Bunny and 5-0 Guy are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Maya just snuck into 8th and is trying to make a move. Annex Agarax and Maya are practically bumping doors for 8th. Calicum Bunny is climbing to 3rd place. Ihava Exema is now in 6th. Annex Agarax is making a move to 7th. The Alternative Beast is holding on to the 13th spot, but Famaka is right on their tail. Sir Prothry is just ahead of Trifonenity 3, in a close fight for 16th. Autoliatorias and Ogswolfi are nose to tail for 22nd. Sir Prothry is climbing 2 spots to take the 15th place. Super Siggy and Sir Prothry are nose to nose for 15. Mafiama V and Jordan F are neck and neck for 18. Betsma and Maya are nose to tail for 10th place. Jordan F has just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Tifoninity 3 and Jordan F are battling closely for 17th. Animax Agarax is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Unistix has moved up to 7th, also gaining 1 position. Sir Prothry is in 14th place, inching forward by 1 spot. Betsma is driving a 1968 Holden Monaro, currently in 12th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Calicum Bunny is really closing in on Biowart, just a 2.5 seconds behind now. Annex Agarax and Rosegold Gaming are neck and neck for 5th place. Trifonenity 3 is making moves, climbing up to 20th. Annex Agarax is climbing up to 5th place. Sir Prothry is now in 13th. Nafiama Vei has moved into 17th. Sir Prothry is holding off Lin Lilac by a car length for 12th place. Autoliatorias and Ogswolfi are nose to tail for 21st. No one is giving an inch. Maya is holding 8th place. Not bad, but still a bit behind Annex Agarax, who is in 5th. Looks like Maya needs a little extra push to catch up. Unistix is now in 6th place. Ixnobodixel and Ihavik Exema are nose to nose for 8th. Super Siggy is chipping away at Mafia Mavi's lead, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing up the field. Lin Lilac is gaining on Sir Prothry, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Amy is up 1 spot, sitting in 18th. Ixnabodixel is driving a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger, currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just under 51 seconds, so they're holding steady but not making much noise. Theo Art is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon and is currently in 2nd place. Their fastest lap is a 1:50.657, just behind the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the front runner. Congratulations to Esteban Games on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow. Esteban Games really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on that amazing win. You must be feeling pretty good right now. Great job staying ahead of the pack. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Ebisu Higashi has those tight corners and quick chicanes that demand a car that can grip and turn sharply. While raw speed is cool, being able to navigate the twists without losing control is what really counts here. A well-balanced car that responds instantly to steering inputs would probably outperform a faster but less maneuverable machine. Ultimately, it's all about precision and control on this one. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss your chance to cheer for the ultimate AI racing machine. Get those votes in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage beasts. The Jaguar XJ13 is legendary, with its sleek design and racing pedigree. But the McLaren Elva Ford brings that sleek, lightweight magic, and a bit more modern engineering. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Zufix McLaren has the edge in agility and handling, especially on a tricky track like Ebisu Higashi. But hey, you never know with classic cars. Sometimes it's all about the driver's finesse, even if these AI racers are pretty good at playing it cool. Let's see which one dominates. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Ebisu Higashi. And look who's on pole, the Butchazero in a sleek 1966 Jaguar XJ13. It's vintage versus modern in this showdown. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Butchazero has shot off the line and taken an early lead. Sufik is hanging tight in second place. And right behind it's Maya in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amy just overtook someone to move into third place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for third. Agrids 34 is climbing to ninth. Amy is in fourth place driving a Lola T70 Mark on a Chevrolet. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress on the leaders. Atom Flash is in 7th place, driving an Alfa Romeo T33-2 Longtail. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Lebes 3 is driving a 1970 McLaren M6 GT, a sleek and agile machine. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. Buchitsero is holding a slim lead, but Zufik is right behind, waiting to pounce. Looks like a close fight for now. The track's tight corners and long straights are favoring the prototypes with better handling and acceleration. The tight corners at Ibisu Higashi are making overtakes tricky, but the longer straights favor the faster cars like the Jaguar and McLaren. Jabu Ogi is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. They're currently in 8th place, close behind Dishonored Fox. Their lap time is just over a minute 9, so they're holding steady but not gaining much. Sufik is holding a strong second and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for the win. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. She's currently in 11th place, just ahead of Mafia Mavi. Her lap time is solid but not enough to challenge the leaders yet. Jabu Ogi is in 8th place, driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. The race seems tight for them with a fastest lap of just over a minute 9. They're close behind Dishonored Fox, but still holding on to that top 10 spot. Maya is currently in 4th place with a 1968 Alfa Romeo T33-2 Longtail. Her fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's holding steady but needs to pick up the pace to catch up. Amy is in 4th place with her Lola T70 Mark on E Chevrolet. She's currently holding steady, but hasn't matched her fastest lap of 1:5:39.9. Looks like she's trying to keep up but might need a push to overtake the 3rd place. Buchitsero is leading the race with a Jaguar XJ13 from 1966. It's a classic prototype known for its sleek design and racing heritage. Looks like they're holding a steady pace at the front. Sufik is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's got to keep that pace consistent if he wants to catch Buchitsero. Maya is gaining on Amy and closing the gap quickly. Bedsmar's also closing in on Business Arbu, but not quite as fast. Playbus 3 is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Agnuflash has also moved up 1 spot into 6th. The track's tight corners seem to favor the prototypes with better agility, while the longer straights are helping the Group 4 cars to stay competitive. Buchitsero is holding a slim lead, but Sufik is right behind with a faster lap. It's a close finish coming up. Agrids 34 is driving a 1974 Porsche 911 Carrera RSR. They're currently in 10th place, struggling a bit with the slowest lap of over a minute 9. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wow. Buchitsero took the win? Looks like they're really on a roll. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow! Buchitsero took the win. Congratulations, you really drove that car to victory. Now Amy, you did an amazing job with overtakes today. You've earned yourself that 1966 Lola T70 Mark Ani Chevrolet, so get ready to claim your prize. Great job everyone, this race just keeps getting more exciting. Alright everyone, we're just taking a quick break for some stream maintenance. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and I'll be right back with more AI cars tearing up the track. Stay tuned.